Section 17 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 17, Newgate Notorieties Continued, Part 2. Hocker's murder is in its way interesting, as affording another proof of the extraordinary way in which the culprit returned to the scene of his guilt. The cries of his victim, a Mr. Delarue, brought passers-by and policemen to the spot, a lonely place near a dead wall beyond Belsize Hall, Hampstead, but too late to give substantial aid. While the body lay there still warm, battered and bleeding from the cruel blows inflicted upon him by his cowardly assailant, a man came by singing. He entered into conversation with the policeman, and learnt, as it seemed for the first time, what had happened. His remark was, "It is a nasty job." He took hold of the dead hand, and confessed that he felt queer at the shocking sight. This sight was his own handiwork, yet he could not overcome the strange fascination it had for him, and remained by the side of the corpse till the stretcher came. Even then he followed it as far as Belsize Lane. It was here that the others engaged in their dismal office in removing the dead first got a good look at the stranger's face. He wanted a light for a cigar, and got it from a lantern which was lifted up and fully betrayed his features. It was noticed that he wore a mackintosh. Next day the police, in making a careful search of the scene of the murder, picked up a coat button, which afterwards played an important part in the identification of the murderer. A letter, which afforded an additional clue, was also found in the pocket of the deceased. Still, it was many weeks before any arrest was made. In the meantime, the police were not idle. It came out by degrees that the person who had been seen in Belsize Lane on the night the body was found was a friend of the deceased. His name was Hocker. He was by trade a ladies' shoemaker, and it was also ascertained that after the day of the murder he was flush of money. He was soon afterwards arrested on suspicion, and a search of his lodgings brought to light several garments saturated with blood. A coat among them much torn and stained, with 3 buttons missing, one of which corresponded with that picked up at Hampstead. The letter found in the pocket of the deceased was sealed with a wafer marked F, and many of the same sort were found in the possession of the accused. This was enough to obtain a committal, after several remands, but the case contained elements of doubt, and the evidence at the trial was entirely circumstantial. A witness deposed to meeting Hocker soon after the cries of murder were heard, running at a dog-trot into London, and others swore that they plainly recognized him as the man seen soon afterwards in the lane. A woman whom he called on the same evening declared he had worn a mackintosh, his coat was much torn, there was a stain of blood on his shirt cuff, and he was in possession, the first time to her knowledge, of a watch. This was Delarue's watch, fully identified as such, which Hocker told his brother Delarue had given him the morning of the murder. These were damnatory facts, which well supported the prosecution. The prisoner made an elaborate defence, in which he sought to vilify the character of deceased as the seducer of an innocent girl to whom he, Hocker, had been fondly attached. When her ruin was discovered, her brother panted for revenge. Hocker, whose skill in counterfeiting handwriting was known, was asked to fabricate a letter making an assignation with Delarue in a lonely part of Hampstead. Hocker and the brother went to the spot, where the latter left him to meet his sister's seducer alone. Soon afterwards Hocker heard cries of "murder," and proceeding to where they came from, found Delarue dead, slain by the furious brother. Hocker was so overcome feeling himself the principal cause of the tragedy, that he rushed to a slaughter-house in Hampstead and purposely stained his clothes with blood. Such an extravagant defence did not weigh with judge or jury. The first summed up dead against the prisoner, and the latter, after retiring for 10 minutes, found him guilty. Hocker's conduct in Newgate, while under sentence of death, was most extraordinary. He drew up several long statements, containing narratives purely fictitious, imputing crimes to his victim, and repeating his line of defence, that Delarue had suffered by the hands of imaginary outraged brothers, acting as the avengers of females deeply injured by him. Hocker made several pretended confessions and revelations, all of which were proved to be absolutely false by the police on inquiry. His demeanour was a strange compound of wickedness, falsehood, and deceit. But at the fatal hour his hardihood forsook him, and he was almost insensible when taken out of his cell for execution. Restoratives were applied, but he was in a fainting condition when tied, and had to be supported by the assistant executioner, while Calcraft adjusted the noose. There was an epidemic of murder in the United Kingdom about 1848-9. In November of the first named year occurred the wholesale slaughter of the Jermys in their house, Stanfield Hall, by the miscreant Rush. Soon afterwards, in Gloucestershire, a maidservant, Sarah Thomas, murdered her mistress, an aged woman, by beating out her brains with a stone. Next year, John Gleeson Wilson, at Liverpool, murdered a woman, Anne Henrichson, also a maidservant, and 2 children, while in Ireland a wife dashed out her husband's brains with a hammer. London did not escape the contagion, and, prominent among the detestable crimes of the period, stands that of the Mannings at Bermondsey. These great criminals suffered at Horsemonger Lane Gaol, but they were tried at the Central Criminal Court, and were for some time inmates of Newgate. Their victim was a man named Patrick O'Connor, a custom-house gauger, who had been a suitor of Marie de Rue before she became Mrs. Manning. Marie de Rue, up to the time of her marriage, had been in service as lady's maid to Lady Blantyre, daughter of the Duchess of Sutherland, and Manning hoped to get some small government appointment through his wife's interest. He had failed in this as well as in the business of a publican, which he had at one time adopted. After the marriage, a close intimacy was still maintained between O'Connor and the Mannings. He lived at Mile End, whence he walked often to call at 3, Minver Place, Bermondsey, the residence of his old love. O'Connor was a man of substance. He had long followed the profitable trade of a money-lender, and by dint of usurious interest on small sums advanced to needy neighbours, had amassed as much as £8,000 or £10,000. His wealth was well known to Maria, as he called Mrs. Manning, who made several ineffectual attempts to get money out of him. At last this fiendish woman made up her mind to murder O'Connor and appropriate all his possessions. Her husband, to whom she coolly confided her intention, a heavy brutish fellow, was yet aghast at his wife's resolve, and tried hard to dissuade her from bad purpose. In his confession after sentence, he declared that she plied him well with brandy at this period, and that during the whole time he was never in his right senses. Meanwhile this woman, unflinching in her cold, bloody determination, carefully laid all her plans for the consummation of the deed. One fine afternoon in August, O'Connor was met walking in the direction of Bermondsey. He was dressed with particular care, as he was to dine at the Mannings and meet friends, one a young lady. He was seen afterwards smoking and talking with his hosts in their back parlour, and never seen again alive. It came out in the husband's confession that Mrs. Manning induced O'Connor to go down to the kitchen to wash his hands, that she followed him to the basement, that she stood behind him as he stood near the open grave she herself had dug for him, and which he mistook for a drain, and that while he was speaking to her, she put the muzzle of a pistol close to the back of his head and shot him down. She ran upstairs, told her husband, made him go down to look at her handiwork, and as O'Connor was not quite dead, Manning gave the coup de grace with a crowbar. After this, Mrs. Manning changed her dress and went off in a cab to O'Connor's lodgings, which, having possessed herself of the murdered man's keys, she rifled from end to end. Returning to her own home, where Manning meantime had been calmly smoking and talking to the neighbours over the basement wall, the corpse lying just inside the kitchen all the while, the two set to work to strip the body and hide it under the stones of the floor. This job was not completed till the following day, as the hole had to be enlarged, and the only tool they had was a dust shovel. A quantity of quicklime was thrown in with the body to destroy all identification. This was on a Thursday evening. For the remainder of that week, and part of the next, the murderers stayed in the house, and occupied the kitchen close to the remains of their victim. On the Sunday Mrs. Manning roasted a goose at this same kitchen fire, and ate it with relish in the afternoon. This cold-blooded indifference, after the event, was only outdone by the premeditation of this horrible murder. The hole must have been excavated and the quicklime purchased quite 3 weeks before O'Connor met his death, and during that time he must frequently have stood or sat over his own grave. Discovery of the murder came in this wise. O'Connor, a punctual and well-conducted official, was at once missed at the London docks. On the third day his friends began to inquire for him, and at their request 2 police officers were sent to Bermondsey to inquire for him at the Mannings, with whom it was well known that he was very intimate. The Mannings had seen or heard nothing of him, of course. As O'Connor still did not turn up, the police, after a couple of days, returned to Minver Place. The house was empty, bare, and stripped of all its furniture, and its former occupants had decamped. The circumstance was suspicious, and a search was at once made of the whole premises. In the back kitchen one of the detectives remarked that the cement between certain stones looked lighter than the rest, and on trying it with a knife he found that it was soft and new, while elsewhere it was set and hard. The stones were at once taken up. Beneath them was a layer of fresh mortar, beneath that a lot of loose earth, amongst which a stocking was turned up, and presently a human toe. 6 inches lower, the body of O'Connor was uncovered. He was lying on his face, his legs tied up to his hips so as to allow of the body fitting into the hole. The lime had done its work so rapidly that the features would have been indistinguishable but for the prominent chin and a set of false teeth. The corpse settled all doubts, and the next point was to lay hands upon the Mannings. It was soon ascertained that the wife had gone off in a cab with a quantity of luggage. Part of this she had deposited to be left till called for at one station, while she had gone herself to another, that at Euston Square. At the first the boxes were impounded, opened, and found to contain many of O'Connor's effects. At the second, exact information was obtained of Mrs. Manning's movements. She had gone to Edinburgh. A telegraphic message, then newly adapted to the purposes of criminal detection, advised the Edinburgh police of the whole affair, and within an hour an answer was telegraphed stating that Mrs. Manning was in custody. She had been to brokers to negotiate the sale of certain foreign railway stock, with which they had been warned from London not to deal, and they had given information to the police. Her arrest was planned, and when the telegram arrived from London, completed. An examination of her boxes disclosed a quantity of O'Connor's property. Mrs. Manning was transferred to London and lodged in the Horsemonger Lane jail, where her husband soon afterwards joined her. He had fled to Jersey, where he was recognized and arrested. Each tried to throw the blame on the other. Manning declared his wife had committed the murder. Mrs. Manning indignantly denied the charge. The prisoners were in due course transferred to Newgate, to be put upon their trial at the Central Criminal Court. A great number of distinguished people assembled as usual at the Old Bailey on the day of trial. The Mannings were arraigned together, the husband standing at one of the front corners of the dock, his wife at the other end. Manning, who was dressed in black, appeared to be a heavy, bull-necked, repulsive-looking man, with a very fair complexion and light hair. Mrs. Manning was not without personal charms. Her face was comely. She had dark hair and good eyes, and was above the middle height, yet inclined to be stout. She was smartly dressed in a plaid shawl, a white lace cap. Her hair was dressed in long crape bands. She had lace ruffles at her wrist, and wore primrose-colored kid gloves. The case rested upon the facts which have been already set forth, and was proved to the satisfaction of the jury, who brought in a verdict of guilty. Manning, when sentence of death was passed on him, said nothing, but Mrs. Manning, speaking in a foreign accent, addressed the court with great fluency and vehemence. She complained that she had no justice, there was no law for her, she had found no protection either from judges, the prosecutor, or her husband. She had not been treated like a Christian, but like a wild beast of the forest. She declared that the money found in her possession had been sent her from abroad, that O'Connor had been more to her than her husband, that she ought to have married him. It was against common sense to charge her with murdering the only friend she had in the world. The culprit was really her husband, who killed O'Connor out of jealousy and revengeful feelings. When the judge assumed the black cap, Mrs. Manning became still more violent, shouting, "No, no, I will not stand it. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves," and would have left the dock had not Mr. Cope, the governor of Newgate, restrained her. After judgment was passed, she repeatedly cried out, "Shame!" and stretching out her hand, she gathered up a quantity of the rue, which, following ancient custom dating from the days of the jail fever, was strewn in front of the dock, and sprinkled it towards the bench with a contemptuous gesture. On being removed to Newgate from the court, Mrs. Manning became perfectly furious. She uttered loud imprecations, cursing judge, jury, barristers, witnesses, and all who stood around. Her favourite and most often repeated expression was, "Damn, seize you all!" They had to handcuff her by force against the most violent resistance, and still she raged and stormed, shaking her clenched and manacled hands in the officers' faces. From Newgate the Mannings were taken in separate cabs to Horsemonger Lane Gaol. On this journey her manner changed completely. She became flippant, joked with the officers, asked how they liked her "resolution" in the dock, and expressed the utmost contempt for her husband, whom she never intended to acknowledge or speak to again. Later her mood changed to abject despair. On reaching the condemned cell, she threw herself upon the floor and shrieked in an hysterical agony of tears. After this, until the day of execution, she recovered her spirits and displayed reckless effrontery, mocking at the chaplain and turning a deaf ear to the counsels of a benevolent lady who came to visit. Now she abused the jury, now calling Manning a vagabond, and through all ate heartily at every meal, slept soundly at night, and talked with cheerfulness on almost any subject. Nevertheless, she attempted to commit suicide by driving her nails, purposely left long, into her throat. She was discovered just as she was getting black in the face. Manning's demeanour was more in harmony with his situation, and the full confession he made elucidated all dark and uncertain points in connection with the crime. The actual execution, which took place at another prison than Newgate, is rather beyond the scope of this work, But it may be mentioned that the concourse was so enormous that it drew down the well-merited and trenchant disapproval of Charles Dickens, who wrote to the Times saying that he believed a sight so inconceivably awful as the wickedness and levity of the immense crowd collected at the execution this morning could be imagined by no man, and presented by no heathen land under the sun. The horrors of the gibbet, and of the crime which brought the wretched murderers to it, faded in my mind before the atrocious bearing, looks, and language of the assembled spectators. When I came upon the scene at midnight, the shrillness of the cries and howls that were raised from time to time, denoting that they came from a concourse of boys and girls already assembled in the best places, made my blood run cold. It will be in the memory of many that Mrs. Manning appeared on the scaffold in a black satin dress, which was bound tightly round her waist. This preference brought the costly stuff into disrepute, and its unpopularity lasted for nearly 30 years. I will briefly describe one or two of the more remarkable murders in the years immediately following, then pass on to another branch of crime. Robert Marley, at the time of his arrest, called himself a surgical instrument maker. It was understood also that he had served in the army as a private, and had, moreover, undergone a sentence of transportation. But it was supposed that he had been once in a good position, well born and well educated. When lying under sentence of death in Newgate, he was visited by a lady, a gentlewoman in every sense of the word, who was said to be his sister. His determined addiction to evil courses had led to his being cast off by his family, and he must have been at the end of his resources when he committed the crime for which he suffered. His offence was the murder of Richard Cope, a working jeweller, shopman to a Mr. Berry of Parliament Street. It was Cope's duty to stay in the shop till the last, close the shutters, secure the stock of watches and jewellery, then lock up the place and take on the keys to Mr. Berry's private house in Pimlico. Cope, a small man, crippled and of weakly constitution, was alone in the shop about 9:30. The shutters were up, and he was preparing to close, when Marley entered and fell upon him with a life-preserver, meaning to kill him and rifle the shop. The noise of the struggle was heard outside in the street, and bystanders peeped in through the shutters, but no one entered or sought to interfere in what seemed only a domestic quarrel. A milliner's porter, Lerigo, was also attracted by the noise of the row, but after walking a few paces he felt dissatisfied and returned to the spot. Pushing the shop door open, he saw Marley finishing his murderous assault. Lerigo turned for assistance to take the man into custody. Marley, disturbed, picked up a cigar and parcel from the counter, then ran out, pursued by Lerigo only. Marley ran along the street, down into Cannon Row, then into Palace Yard, where the watermen of the cab tank, in obedience to Lerigo's shouts, collared the fugitive. Escorted by his two captors, Marley was taken back into Parliament Street to the jeweller's shop. The policemen were now in possession. Two of them supported Cope, who was still alive, although insensible, and Marley was apprehended. The evidence against him was completed by his identification by Cope in Westminster Hospital, who survived long enough to make a formal deposition before Mr. Jardin, the police magistrate, that Marley was the man who had beaten him to death. Marley at his trial was undefended, and the sheriffs offered him counsel, but he declined. The witnesses against him all spoke the truth, he said. There was no case to make out. Why waste money on lawyers for the defence? His demeanour was cool and collected throughout. He seemed, while in Newgate, to realize thoroughly that there was no hope for him, and was determined to face his fate bravely. After sentence, the Newgate officers who had special charge of him noticed that he slept well and ate well, enjoying all his meals. One of them went into his cell just at dinner time, The great clock of St. Sepulchre's close by was striking the hour, and Marley, who had his elbows on the table, with his head resting on his hands, looked up and observed calmly, "Go along, clock. Come along, gallows." On the dread morning he came out to execution quite gaily, and tripped up the stairs to the scaffold. His captors, it may be added, Lerigo and Allen, were warmly commended by the judge for their courage and activity. The former was given a reward of 20 and the latter of £10. A murderous assault on a police constable, which so nearly ended fatally that the culprit was sentenced to death, although not executed, was perpetrated in 1852. The case was accompanied with the most shocking brutality. Cannon, by trade a chimney sweep, had long been characterized by the bitterest hatred of the police force, and had been repeatedly sentenced to imprisonment for most desperate and ferocious attacks upon various constables. His last victim was Dwyer, a fine young officer who had been summoned to take Cannon into custody when the latter was drunk and riotous in front of a public house. Dwyer found Cannon bleeding profusely from a wound in the head, and persuaded him to go to a doctor's. They walked together quietly for some little distance, then Cannon, without the slightest warning, threw the constable on his back and violently assaulted him by jumping on his chest and stomach, and by getting his hand inside Dwyer's stock with the idea of strangling him. Dwyer managed to overpower his assailant and got to his feet, but Cannon butted at him with his head and again threw him to the ground, after which he kicked his prostrate foe in the most brutal and cowardly manner, and until he was almost senseless and bruised from head to foot. Once more Dwyer got to his feet, and managed, by drawing his staff, to keep Cannon at bay until a second constable came to his aid. All this time not one of a numerous body of bystanders offered to assist the policeman in his extremity. On the contrary, many of them encouraged the brutal assailant in his savage attack. To Cannon's infinite surprise, he was indicted for attempt to murder, and not for a simple assault, and found guilty. The judge, in passing sentence of death, told him he richly deserved the punishment. As Dwyer survived, Cannon escaped the death sentence, which was commuted to penal servitude for life. A handsome sum was subscribed for the injured constable, who was disabled for life. Only a few have vied with Cannon in fiendish cruelty and brutality. One of these was Mobbs, who lived in the Minories, generally known by the sobriquet of General Haynau, a name execrated in England about this time. Mobbs systematically ill-used his wife for a long space of time, and at last cut her throat. For this he was executed in front of Newgate in 1833. Emmanuel Barthélemy again, the French refugee, was a murderer of the same description, who despatched his victim with a loaded cane, after which, to secure his escape, he shot an old soldier who had attempted to detain him. He was convicted and executed. He died impenitent, declaring that he had no belief, and that it was idle to ask forgiveness of God. "I want forgiveness of man. I want those doors of the prison opened." Barthélemy was generally supposed to have been a secret agent of the French police. I will now pass to grave but less atrocious crimes. In 1850 occurred the first of a series of gigantic frauds, which followed each other at no long intervals, which had a strong family likeness, and originated all of them to make money easily, without capital, and at railroad speed. Walter Watts was an inventor, a creator, who struck an entirely new and original line of crime. Employed as a clerk in the Globe Assurance, he, with unusual quickness of apprehension, discovered and promptly turned to account an inexcusably lax system of management, which offered peculiar chances of profit to an ingenious and unscrupulous man. It was the custom in this office to make the banker's pass-book the basis of the entries in the company's ledgers. Thus, when a payment was made by the company, the amount disbursed was carried to account in the general books from its entry in the pass-book, and without reference to or comparison with the documents in which the payment was claimed. This pass-book, when not at the bank, was in the exclusive custody of Watts. The checks drawn by the directors also passed through his hands. To him, too, they came back to be verified and put by after they had been cashed by the bank. In this way, Watts had complete control over the whole of the monetary transactions of the company. He could do what he liked with the pass-book, and by its adoption, as described as the basis of all entries, there was no independent check upon him if he chose to tamper with it. This he did to an enormous extent, continually altering, erasing, and adding figures to correspond with and cover the abstractions he made of various checks as they were drawn. It seems incredible that this pass-book, which, when produced in court, was a mass of blots and erasures, should not have created suspicion of foul play either at the bank or at the company's board. Implicit confidence appears to have been placed in Watts, who was the son of an old and trusted employee, and, moreover, a young man of plausible address. Watts led two lives. In the West End he was a man of fashion, with a town house, a house at Brighton, and a cellar full of good wine at both. He rode a priceless hack in Rotten Row, or drove down to Richmond in a mail phaeton and pair. He played high, and spent his nights at the club, or in joyous and dissolute company. When other pleasures palled, he took a theatre, and posed as a munificent patron of the dramatic art. Under his auspices, several stars appeared on the boards of the Marylebone Theatre, and later he became manager of the newly rebuilt Olympic at Wych Street. No one cared too closely to inquire into the sources of wealth. Some said he was a fortunate speculator in stocks, others that he had had extraordinary luck as a gold digger. Had his West End and little informed associates followed him into the city, whither he was taken every morning in a smart brougham, they would have seen him alight from it in Cornhill, and walk forward on foot to enter as a humble and unpretending employee the doors of the Globe Assurance Office. His situation, exactly described, was that of a check clerk in the cashier's department, and his salary was £200 a year. Nevertheless, in this position, through the culpable carelessness which left him unfettered, he managed between 1844 and 1850 to embezzle and apply to his own purposes some £71,000. The detection of these frauds came while he was still prominently before the world as the lessee of the Olympic. Rumours were abroad that serious defalcations had been discovered in one of the insurance offices, but it was long before the public realized that the fraudulent clerk and the great theatrical manager were one and the same person. Watts's crime was discovered by the secretary of the Globe Company, who came suddenly upon the extensive falsification of the pass-book. An inquiry was at once set on foot, and the frauds were traced to Watts. The latter, when first taxed with his offence, protested his innocence boldly, and positively denied all knowledge of the affair, and he had so cleverly destroyed all traces that it was not easy to bring home the charge. But it was proved that Watts had appropriated one cheque for £1,400, which he had paid into his own bankers, and on this he was committed to Newgate for trial. There were two counts in the indictment: one for stealing a cheque value £1,400, the second for stealing a bit of paper value 1 penny. The jury found him guilty of the latter only, with a point of law reserved. This was fully argued before 3 judges, who decided that the act of stealing the bit of paper involved a much more serious offence, and told him they should punish him for what he had really done, and not for the slight offence as it appeared on the record. The sentence of the court, one of 10 years' transportation, struck the prisoner with dismay. He had been led to suppose that 12 months' imprisonment was the utmost the law could inflict, and he broke down utterly under the unexpected blow. That same evening he committed suicide in Newgate. The details of the suicide were given at the inquest. Watts had been in ill health from the time of his first arrest. In Giltspur Street, Compter, where he was first lodged, he showed symptoms of delirium tremens, and admitted that he had been addicted to the excessive use of stimulants. His health improved, but he was still indifferent when he was brought up for sentence, and he was an occupant of the Newgate Infirmary. He returned from court in a state of gloomy dejection, and in the middle of the night one of the fellow prisoners who slept in the same ward noticed that he was not in his bed. This man got up to look for him, and found him hanging from the bars of a neighbouring room. He had made use of a piece of rope cut out from the sacking of his bedstead, and had tied his feet together with a silk pocket-handkerchief. The prison officers were called, but Watts was quite cold and stiff when he was cut down. Strange to say, a second suicide occurred in Newgate the same night, that of a prize fighter named Donovan, tried the same day and convicted of manslaughter. Sentence of death had been recorded against Donovan, who, like Watts, had seemingly been overcome with sudden despair. In 1853, a second case of gigantic fraud alarmed and scandalized the financial world. It outshone the defalcations of Watts. Nothing to equal the excitement caused by the forgeries of Robert Ferdinand Pries had been known before in the city of London. He was a corn merchant who operated largely in grain. So enormous were his transactions that they often affected the markets and caused great fluctuations in prices. These had been attributed to political action. Some thought that the large purchases in foreign grains, effected at losing prices, were intended by the protectionists to depress the wheat market, and secure the support of the farmers at the forthcoming election. Others, that Napoleon III, but recently proclaimed Emperor of the French, wished to gain the popularity necessary to secure the people. Few realized that these mysterious operations were the convulsive attempt of a ruined and dishonest speculator to sustain his credit. Pries, although enjoying a high reputation in the city, had long been in a bad way. His extensive business had been carried on by fraud. His method was to obtain advances twice over on the same bills of lading or corn warrants. The duplicates were forged. In this way he obtained vast sums from several firms, and one to which he was indebted upwards of £50,000 subsequently stopped payment. Pries at length was discovered, through a dishonoured cheque for £3,000, paid over as an instalment of £18,000 owing for an advance on warrants. Inquiries were instituted when the cheque was protested, which led to the discovery of the forgeries. Pries was lodged in Newgate, tried at the Old Bailey, and transported for life. Another set of frauds, which resembled those of Pries in principle, although not in practice, were soon afterwards discovered. These were the forgeries of Joseph Windle Cole. This clever but unscrupulous trader proposed to gain the capital he needed for business purposes by raising money on dock warrants for imported goods which had no real existence. When such goods arrived, they were frequently left at a wharf, paying rent until it suited the importer to remove them. The dock warrant was issued by the wharfinger as certificate that he held the goods. The warrant thus represented money, and was often used as such, being endorsed and passed from hand to hand as other negotiable bills. Cole's plan was to have a wharf of his own, nominally occupied by a creature trading as Maltby and Company. Goods would be landed at this wharf. Maltby and Company would issue warrants on them deliverable to the importer, and the goods were then passed to be stored in neighbouring warehouses. The owners of the latter would then issue a second set of warrants on these goods, in total ignorance of the fact that they were already pledged. Cole quickly raised money on both sets of warrants. He carried on this game for some time with great success, and so developed his business that in 1 year his transactions amounted to a couple of millions of pounds. He had several narrow escapes. Once a warrant holder sent down a clerk to view certain goods, and the clerk found that these goods had already a stop upon them, or were pledged. Cole escaped by throwing the blame on a careless partner, and at once removed the stop. Again, some of the duplicate and fictitious warrants were held by a firm which suspended payment, and there was no knowing into whose hands they might fall. Cole found out where they were, and redeemed them at a heavy outlay, thus obtaining business relations with the firm that held them, which were soon developed, much to that firm's subsequent anger and regret. Last of all, the well-known bankers Overend and Gurney, whose own affairs created much excitement some years later, wishing to verify the value of warrants they held, and sending to Maltby and Company's wharf, found out half the truth. These bankers, wishing for more specific information, asked Davidson and Gordon, a firm with which Cole was closely allied, whether the warrants meant goods or nothing. They could not deny that the latter was the truth, and were forthwith stigmatized by Mr. Chapman, Overend and Gurney's representative, as rogues. But Overend and Gurney took no steps to make the swindle public, and therefore, according to people of more rigid principle, became in a measure a party to the fraud. End of section 17. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 18 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2 by Arthur Griffiths. Section 18. Newgate Notorieties Continued, Part 3. The course of the swindlers was by no means smooth, but it was not till 1854 that suspicion arose that anything was wrong. A firm which held a lot of warrants suddenly demanded the delivery of the goods they covered. The goods having no existence, Cole of course could not deliver them. About this time Davidson and Gordon, the people above mentioned, who had fraudulent warrants out of their own to the extent of £150,000, suspended payment and absconded. This affected Cole's credit, and ugly reports were in circulation charging him with the issue of simulated warrants. These, indeed, were out to the value of £367,800. Cole's difficulties increased more and more. Warrant holders came down upon him demanding to realize their goods. Cole now suspended payment. Maltby, who had bolted, was pursued and arrested, to end his life miserably by committing suicide in a Newgate cell. Cole, too, was apprehended, and in due course tried at the Central Criminal Court. He was found guilty and sentenced to the seemingly inadequate punishment of 4 years' transportation. Davidson and Gordon were also sentenced to imprisonment. A more distressing case stands next on the criminal records. The failure and subsequent sentence of the bankers Messrs. Strahan, Paul, and Bates for the fraudulent disposal of securities lodged in their hands. This firm was one of the oldest banking establishments in the kingdom, and dated back to the Commonwealth when, under the title of Snow and Walton, it carried on business as pawnbrokers. The Strahan of the firm which came to grief was a Snow who changed his name for a fortune of £200,000. He was a man esteemed and respected in society and the world of finance, incapable, as it was thought, of a dishonest deed. Sir John Dean Paul had inherited a baronetcy from his father. Together with an honoured name, he was himself a prominent member of the Low Church, of austere piety, active in all good works. Mr. Bates had been confidential managing clerk, and was taken into the firm not alone as a reward for long and faithful service, but that he might strengthen it by his long experience and known business capacity. The bank enjoyed an excellent reputation. It had a good connection, and was supposed to be perfectly sound. Moreover, the partners were sober, steady men, who paid unremitting attention to business. Yet, even so early as the death of the first Sir John Paul, the bank was insolvent, and instead of starting on a fresh life with a new name, it should then and there have closed its doors. In December 1851, the balance sheet showed a deficiency of upwards of £70,000. The bank had been conducted on false principles. It had assumed enormous responsibilities. On one side, by the ownership of the Mostyn collieries, a valueless property, and on the other, by backing up an impecunious and rotten firm of contractors with vast liabilities and pledged to impossible works abroad. The engagements of the bank on these two heads, amounting to nearly £500,000 of money, produced immediate embarrassment and financial distress. The bank was already insolvent, and the partners had to decide between suspending payment or continuing to hold its head above water by flagitious processes. They chose, unhappily for themselves, the latter alternative. Money they must have, and money they raised to meet their urgent necessities upon the balances and securities deposited with them by their customers. This borrowing continued, and on such a scale that their paper was soon at a discount, and the various discount houses would not advance sufficient sums to relieve the necessities of the bank. Then it was that instead of merely pledging securities, the bank sold them outright, and thus passed the Rubicon of fraud. This went on for some time, and might never have been discovered had some good stroke of luck provided any of the partners with money enough to retrieve the position of the bank. But that passed from bad to worse. The firm's paper went down further and further in value. An application to the Committee of Bankers for assistance was peremptorily refused. Then came a run on the bank, and it was compelled to stop payment. Its debts amounted to £750,000, and the dividend it eventually paid was 3 2d in the pound. But worse than the bankruptcy was the confession made by the partners in the court. They admitted that they had made away with many of the securities entrusted to their keeping. Following this, warrants were issued for their arrest, the specific charge being the unlawful negotiation of Danish bonds and other shares belonging to the Reverend Dr. Griffiths of Rochester, to the value of £20,000. Bates was at once captured in Norfolk Street, Strand. Police officers went down at night to Nutfield, near Reigate, and arrested Sir John Paul, but allowed the prisoner to sleep there. Next morning they only just saved the train to town, and left Sir John behind on the platform, but he subsequently surrendered himself. Mr. Strahan was arrested at a friend's house in Bryanston Square. All three were tried at the Central Criminal Court and sentenced to 14 years' transportation, passing some time in Newgate en route. Bates, the least guilty, was pardoned in 1858. Two cases of extensive embezzlement, which were discovered almost simultaneously, those of Robson and Redpath, will long be remembered both within and without the commercial world. They both reproduced many of the features of the case of Watts already described, but in neither did the sums misappropriated reach quite the same high figure. But neither Robson nor Redpath would have been able to pursue their fraudulent designs with success had they not, like Watts, been afforded peculiar facilities by the slackness of system and the want of methodical administration in the concerns by which they were employed. Robson was of humble origin, but he was well educated, and he had some literary abilities. His proclivities were theatrical, and he was the author of several plays, one at least of which, Love and Loyalty, with Wallack in a leading part, achieved a certain success. He began life as a law writer, earning thereby some 15 or 18 shillings a week, but the firm he served got him a situation as clerk in the office of the Great Northern Railway, whence he passed to a better position under the Crystal Palace Company. He now married, although his salary was only £1 a week, but he soon got on. He had a pleasant address, showed good business aptitudes, and quickly acquired the approval of his superiors. Within a year he was advanced to the post of chief clerk in the transfer department, at a salary of £150 a year. His immediate chief was a Mr. Fasson, upon whose confidence he gained so rapidly through his activity, industry, and engaging manners, that ere long the whole management of the transfer department was entrusted to him. Some time elapsed before Robson succumbed to temptation. He was not the first man of loose morality and expensive tastes who preferred to risk his future reputation and liberty to the present discomfort of living upon narrow means. The temptation was all the greater because the chances of successful fraud lay ready to hand. Shares in the company were represented by certificates, which often enough never left the company's, or more exactly Robson's, hands. He conceived the idea of transferring shares, bogus shares, from a person who held none, to any one who would buy them in the open market. He took it for granted that the certificates representing these bogus shares, and which practically did not exist, would never be called for. This ingenious method of raising funds he adopted and carried on without detection till the defalcations from fraudulent transfers and fraudulent issues combined amounted to £27,000. With the proceeds of these flagitious frauds Robson feasted and made merry. He kept open house at Kilburn Priory, entertained literary, artistic, and dramatic celebrities, had a smart turnout, tended all the race meetings, and dressed in the latest fashion. To his wife, poor soul, he made no pretence of fidelity, and she enjoyed only so much of his company as was necessarily spent in receiving guests at home, or could be spared from 2 rival establishments in other parts of the town. To account for his revenues, he pretended to have been very lucky on the Stock Exchange, which was at one time true to a limited extent, and to have succeeded in other speculations. When his friends asked why he, a wealthy man of independent means, continued to slave on as a clerk on a pittance, he replied gaily that his regular work at the Crystal Palace office was useful as a sort of discipline and kept him steady. All this time his position was one of extreme insecurity. He was standing over a mine which at any moment might explode. The blow fell suddenly and when least expected. One morning Mr. Fasson asked casually for certain certificates, whether representing real or fictitious shares does not appear, but they were certificates connected in some way with Robson's long-practised frauds, and he could not produce them. His chief asked sternly where they were. Robson said they were at Kilburn Priory. "Let us go to Kilburn for them together," said Mr. Fasson, growing suspicious. They drove there, and Robson on arrival did the honours of his house, rang for lunch to gain time, but at Mr. Fasson's pressing demands went upstairs to fetch the certificates. He came back to explain that he had mislaid them. Mr. Fasson, more and more ill at ease, would not accept this subterfuge, and declared they must be found. Robson again left him, but only to gather together hastily all the money and valuables on which he could lay his hands, with which he left the house. Mr. Fasson waited and waited for his subordinate to reappear, and at last discovered his flight. A reward was forthwith offered for Robson's apprehension. Meanwhile, the absconding clerk had coolly driven to a favourite dining place in the West End, where a fish curry and a brace of partridges were set before him, and he discussed the latter with appetite, but begged that they would never give him curry again, as he did not like it. After dinner he went into hiding for a day or two, then, accompanied by a lady not Mrs. Robson, he took steamer and started for Copenhagen. But the Continental police had been warned to look out for him, and 2 Danish inspectors got upon his track, followed him over to Sweden, and arrested him at Helsingfors. Thence he was transferred to Copenhagen and surrendered in due course to a London police officer. Little more remains to be said about Robson. He appears to have accepted his position, and to have at once resigned himself to his fate. When brought to trial he took matters very coolly, and at first pleaded not guilty, but subsequently withdrew the plea. Sergeant Ballantyne, who prosecuted, paid him the compliment of describing him as a young man of great intelligence, considerable powers of mind, and possessed of an education very much beyond the rank of life to which he originally belonged. Robson was found guilty, and sentenced to 2 terms of transportation, one for 20 and one for 14 years. Newgate officers who remember Robson still describe him as a fine young man, who behaved well as a prisoner, but who had all the appearance of a careless, thoughtless, happy-go-lucky fellow. In many respects, the embezzlement of which Leopold Redpath was guilty closely resembled that of Robson, but it was based upon more extended and audacious forgeries. Redpath's crime arose from his peculiar and independent position as Registrar of Stock of the Great Northern Railway Company. This offered him great facilities for the creation of artificial stock, its sale from a fictitious holder, and transfer to himself. All the signatures in the transfer were forged. Not only did he thus transfer and realize bogus stock, but he bought bona fide amounts, and increased their value by altering the figures, by inserting, say, 1 before 500, and thus making it £1,500, which larger amount was duly carried to his credit on the register, and entered upon the certificates of transfer. By these means Redpath misappropriated vast sums during a period extending over 10 years. The total amount was never exactly made out, but the false stock created and issued by him was estimated at £220,000. Even when the bubble burst, Redpath, who had lived at the rate of £20,000 a year, had assets in the shape of land, house, furniture, pictures, and objets d'art to the value of £50,000. He began in a very small way. First a lawyer's clerk, he then got an appointment in the Peninsular and Oriental Company's office. Afterwards he set up as an insurance broker on his own account, but presently failed. His fault was generosity, an open-handed, unthinking charity which gave freely to the poor and needy the money which belonged to his creditors. After his bankruptcy he obtained a place as clerk in the Great Northern Railway Office, from which he rose to be assistant registrar with the special duties of transferring shares. He soon proved his ability, and by unremitting attention mastered the whole work of the office. Later on he became registrar, and in this more independent position developed to a colossal extent the frauds he had already practised as a subordinate. Now he launched out into great expenditure, took a house in Chester Terrace, and became known as a Maecenas and patron of the arts. He had a nice taste in bric-a-brac, and was considered a good judge of pictures. Leading social and artistic personages were to be met with at his house, and his hospitality was far famed. The choicest wines, the finest fruits, peas at 10 shillings a quart, 5 guinea pines, and early asparagus were to be found on his table. But his chief extravagance, his favourite folly, was the exercise of an ostentatious benevolence. The philanthropy he had displayed in a small way when less prosperous became now a passion. His name headed every subscription list, his purse was always open. Not content with giving where assistance was solicited, he himself sought out deserving cases and personally afforded relief. When the crash came, there were pensioners and other recipients of his bounty who could not believe that so good a man had really been for years a swindler and a rogue. Down at Weybridge, where he had a country place, his name was long remembered with gratitude by the poor. During the days of his prosperity he was a governor of Christ's Hospital, of the St. Anne Society, and one of the supporters and managers of the Patriotic Fund. In his person he was neat and fastidious. He patronized the best tailors, and had a fashionable coiffeur from Hanover Square daily to curl his hair. There was something dramatic in Redpath's detection. Just after Robson's frauds had agitated the minds of all directors of companies, the chairman of the Great Northern, Mr. Dennison, was standing at a railway station talking to a certain well-known peer of the realm. Redpath passed and lifted his hat to his chairman. The latter acknowledged the salute. But the peer rushed forward and shook Redpath warmly by the hand. "What do you know of our clerk?" asked Mr. Dennison of his lordship. "Only that he is a capital fellow, who gives the best dinners and balls in town." Redpath had industriously circulated reports that he had prospered greatly in speculation, but the chairman of the Great Northern could not realize that a clerk of the company could honestly be in the possession of unlimited wealth. It was at once decided at the board to make a thorough examination of all his books. Redpath was called in and informed of the intended investigation. He tried to stave off the evil hour by declaring that everything was perfectly right, but finding he could not escape, he said he would resign his post, and leaving the board-room, disappeared. The inquiry soon revealed the colossal character of the frauds. Warrants were issued for Redpath's arrest, but he had flown to Paris. Thither police officers followed, only to find that he had returned to London. A further search discovered him at breakfast at a small house in the New Road. He was arrested, examined before a police magistrate, and committed to Newgate. Great excitement prevailed in the City and the West End when Redpath's defalcations were made public. The stock market was greatly affected, and society, more especially that which frequents Exeter Hall, was convulsed. The Central Criminal Court, when the trial came on, was densely crowded, and many curious eyes were turned upon the somewhat remarkable man who occupied the dock. He is described by a contemporary account as a fresh-looking man of 40 years of age, slightly bald, inclined to embonpoint, and thoroughly embodying the idea of English respectability. His manner was generally self-possessed, but his face was marked with uneasy earnestness, and he looked about him with wayward, furtive glances. When the jury found a verdict of guilty, he remained unmoved. He listened without emotion to the judge's well-merited censures, and received his sentence of transportation for life without much surprise. Redpath passed away into the outer darkness of a penal colony where he was still living a year or two back. But his name lingers still in this country as that of the first swindler of his time, and the prototype of a class not uncommon in our later days, that of dishonest rogues who assume piety and philanthropy as a cloak for their misdeeds. In Newgate, Redpath is remembered by the prison officer as a difficult man to deal with. From the moment of his reception he gave himself great airs, as a martyr and a man heavily wronged. By and by, when escape seemed hopeless, and after sentence, he suddenly degenerated into the lowest stamp of criminal, and behaved so as to justify a belief that he had been a jail-bird all his life. It has been already remarked in these pages that with changed social conditions came a great change in the character of crimes. Highway robberies, for instance, had disappeared, if we except the spasmodic and severely repressed outbreak of garroting, which at one time spread terror throughout London. Thieves preferred now to use ingenuity rather than brute force. It was no longer possible to stop a coach or carriage or rob the postman who carried the mail. The improved methods of locomotion had put a stop to these depredations. People travelled in company as a rule. Only when single and unprotected were they in any danger of attack, and that but rarely. There were still big prizes, however, to tempt the daring, and none appealed more to the thievish instinct than the custom of transmitting gold by rail. The precious metal was sent from place to place, carefully locked up and guarded, no doubt, but were the precautions too minute, the vigilance too close to be eluded or overcome? This was the question which presented itself to the fertile brain of one Pierce, who had been concerned in various jobs of a dishonest character, and who for the moment was a clerk in a betting office. He laid the suggestion before Agar, a professional thief, who was of opinion it contained elements of success. But the collusion and active assistance of employees of the railway carriers were indispensable, and together they sounded one Burgess, a guard on the South Eastern Railway, a line by which large quantities of bullion were sent to the Continent. Burgess detailed the whole system of transmission. The gold, packed in an iron-bound box, was securely lodged in safes locked with patent chubs. Each safe had 3 sets of double keys, all held by confidential servants of the company. One pair was with the traffic superintendent in London, another with an official in Folkestone, a third with the captain of the Folkestone and Boulogne boat. At the other side of the Channel the French railway authorities took charge. The safes, while on the line en route between London and Folkestone, were in the guard's van. This was an important step, and they might easily be robbed some day when Burgess was the guard, provided only that they could be opened. The next step was to get impressions and fabricate false keys. A new accomplice was now needed within the company's establishment, and Pierce looked about long before he found the right person. At last he decided to enlist one Tester, a clerk in the traffic department, whom he thought would prove a likely tool. The 4 waited patiently for their opportunity, which came when the safes were sent to Chubbs to be repaired, and Chubbs sent them back, but only with 1 key, in such a way that Tester had possession of this key for a time. He lent it to Agar for a brief space, who promptly took an impression on wax. But the safes had a double lock. The difficulty was to get a copy of the second key. This was at length effected by Agar and Pierce. After hanging about the Folkestone office for some time, they saw at last that the key was kept in a certain cupboard. Still watching and waiting for the first chance, they seized it when the clerks left the office empty for a moment. Pierce boldly stepped in, found the cupboard unlocked. He removed the key, handed it to Agar outside, who quickly took the wax impression, handed it back to Pierce. Pierce replaced it, left the office, and the thing was done. After this, nothing remained but to wait for some occasion when the amount transmitted would be sufficient to justify the risks of robbery. It was Tester's business, who had access to the railway company's books, to watch for this. Meanwhile, the others completed their preparations with the utmost care. A weight of shot was bought and stowed in carpet bags ready to replace exactly the abstracted gold. Courier bags were bought to carry the stuff slung over the shoulders, and last but not least, Agar frequently travelled up and down the line to test the false keys he had manufactured with Pierce's assistance. Burgess admitted him into the guard's van, where he fitted and filed the keys till they worked easily and satisfactorily in the locks of the safe. One night Tester whispered to Agar and Pierce, "All right," as they cautiously lounged about London Bridge. The thieves took first-class tickets, handed their bags full of shot to the porters, who placed them in the guard's van. Just as the train was starting, Agar slipped into the van with Burgess, and Pierce got into a first-class carriage. Agar at once got to work on the first safe, opened it, took out and broke into the bullion box, removed the gold, substituted the shot from a carpet bag, refastened and resealed the bullion box, and replaced it in the safe. At Redhill, Tester met the train and relieved the thieves of a portion of the stolen gold. At the same station, Pierce joined Agar in the guard's van, and there were now 3 to carry on the robbery. The 2 remaining safes were attacked and nearly entirely despoiled in the same way as the first, and the contents transferred to the courier bags. The train was now approaching Folkestone, and Agar and Pierce hid themselves in a dark part of the van. At that station the safes were given out, heavy with shot, not gold. The thieves went on to Dover, and by, with Ostend tickets previously procured, returned to London without mishap, and by degrees disposed of much of the stolen gold. The theft was discovered at Boulogne, when the boxes were found not to weigh exactly what they ought, but no clue was obtained to the thieves, and the theft might have remained a mystery but for the subsequent bad faith of Pierce to his accomplice Agar. The latter was ere long arrested on a charge of uttering forged cheques, convicted and sentenced to transportation for life. When he knew that he could not escape his fate, he handed over to Pierce a sum of £3,000, his own, whether rightly or wrongly acquired never came out, together with the unrealized part of the bullion, amounting in all to some £15,000, and begged his accomplice to invest it as a settlement on a woman named Kay, by whom he had had a child. Pierce made Kay only a few small payments, then appropriated the rest of the money. Kay, who had been living with Agar at the time of the bullion robbery, went to the police in great fury and distress, and disclosed all she knew of the affair. Agar, too, in Newgate, heard how Pierce had treated him, and at once readily turned approver. As the evidence he gave incriminated Pierce, Burgess, and Tester, all 3 were arrested and committed to Newgate for trial. The whole strange story, the long incubation, and the elaborate accomplishment of the plot came out at the Old Bailey, and was acknowledged to be one of the most extraordinary on record. Scarcely had the conviction of these daring and astute thieves been assured, than another gigantic fraud was brought to light. The series of boldly conceived and cleverly executed forgeries, in which James Townsend Saward, commonly called Jem the Penman, was the prime mover, has probably no parallel in the annals of crime. Saward himself is a striking and in some respects an unique figure in criminal history. A man of birth and education, a member of the bar, and of acknowledged legal attainments, his proclivities were all downward. Instead of following an honourable profession, he preferred to turn his great natural talents and ready wits to the most nefarious practices. He was known to the whole criminal fraternity as a high-class receiver of stolen goods, a negotiator more especially of stolen paper, cheques and bills, of which he made a particular use. He dealt, too, in the precious metals, when they had been improperly acquired, and it was to him that Agar, Pierce, and the rest applied when seeking to dispose of their stolen bullion. But Saward's operations were mainly directed to the fabrication and uttering of forged cheques. His method was comprehensive and deeply laid. Burglars brought him the cheques they stole from houses, thieves what they got in pocket-books. Cheques blank and cancelled were his stock in trade. The former he filled up by exact imitation of the latter, signature and all. When he could get nothing but the blank cheque, he set in motion all sorts of schemes for obtaining signatures, such as commencing sham actions and addressing formal applications merely for the reply. One stroke of luck which he turned to great account was the return from transportation of an old pal and confederate who brought with him some bills of exchange. Saward's method of negotiating the cheques was equally well planned. Like his great predecessor, Old Patch, he never went to a bank himself, nor did any of his accomplices. The bearer of the cheque was always innocent and ignorant of the fraudulent nature of the document he presented. In order to obtain messengers of this sort, Saward answered advertisements of persons seeking employment, and when these presented themselves, entrusted them as a beginning with the duty of cashing cheques. A confederate followed the emissary closely, not only to ensure fair play and the surrender of the proceeds if the cheque was cashed, but to give timely notice if it was not, so that Saward and the rest might make themselves scarce. As each transaction was carried out from a different address, and a different messenger always employed, the forgers always escaped detection. But fate overtook two of the gang, partly through their own carelessness, when transferring their operations to Yarmouth. One, named Hardwick, assumed the name of Ralph, and, to obtain commercial credit in Yarmouth, paid in £250 to a Yarmouth bank as coming from a Mr. Whitney. He forgot to add that it was to be placed to Ralph's credit, and when he called as Ralph, he was told it was only at Mr. Whitney's disposal, and that it could be paid to no one else. Hardwick, or Ralph, appealed to Saward in his difficulty, and that clever schemer sent an elaborate letter of instructions how to ask for the money. But while Hardwick was in communication with Saward, the bank was in communication with London, and the circumstances were deemed sufficiently suspicious to warrant the arrest of the gentleman at Yarmouth on a charge of forgery and conspiracy. Saward's letter to Hardwick fell into the hands of the police and compromised him. While Hardwick and Atwell were in Newgate awaiting trial, active search was made for Saward, who was at length taken in a coffee shop near Oxford Street under the name of Hopkins. He resisted at first and denied his identity, but on being searched, 2 blank cheques of the London and Westminster Bank were found in his pocket. He then confessed that he was the redoubtable Jem Saward, or Jem the penman, and was conveyed to a police court and thence to Newgate. At his trial, Atwell and Hardwick, 2 of his chief allies and accomplices, turned approvers, and the whole scheme of systematic forgery was laid bare. The evidence was corroborated by that of many of the victims who had acted as messengers, and others who swore to the meetings of the conspirators and their movements. Saward was found guilty, and the judge, in passing sentence on him of transportation for life, expressed deep regret that the ingenuity, skill, and talent which had received so perverted and mistaken direction, had not been guided by a sense of virtue and directed to more honourable and useful pursuits. The proceeds of these forgeries amounted, it was said, to some thousands per annum. Saward spent all his share at low gaming houses and in all manner of debaucheries. He was in person a short, square-built man of gentlemanly address, sharp and shrewd in conversation and manner. He was 58 at the time of his conviction, and had therefore enjoyed a long innings. End of Section 18. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 19 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths, Section 19, Later Records. The old notion always prevailed that Newgate was impregnable, so to speak, from within, and that none of its inmates could hope to escape from its secure precincts. Yet the jail, in spite of its fortress-like aspect, was by no means really safe. Year after year, prisoners determined to get free, and occasionally succeeded in their efforts. The inspector's reports mention many cases of evasion accomplished. There were others less successful. Charles Thomas White, awaiting execution for arson, made a desperate effort to escape from Newgate in 1827. He had friends and auxiliaries inside the jail and out. The cell he occupied was near the outer wall, and had he but been able to remove its iron bars, he might have descended into Newgate Street by means of a rope ladder. The ladder was actually made, of black sewing thread firmly and closely interwoven, but White could not remove the bars. The instruments needed for the purpose never reached him. It was noticed that he was most anxious to receive a pair of shoes for which he had asked, and when they arrived, they were closely examined. Sewn in between the upper and lower leathers, several spring saws were found, which would have easily cut through any bars. White, when taxed with his attempt, admitted that the accusation was true, and spoke with pride and satisfaction of the practicability of his scheme. There is an attempt at escape mentioned in Mr. Wakefield's book, which might have been an intended suicide. John Williams, a young fellow only 23 years of age, awaited execution in 1827 for stealing in a dwelling-house. On the very morning on which he was to suffer, he eluded the vigilance, such as it was, of his officers, and climbed up the pipe of a cistern in the corner of the press-yard, some thought with the idea of drowning himself. He never reached the cistern, but fell back into the yard, injuring his legs severely. Although his execution was imminent, a surgeon attended to his wounds, and he was carried more dead than alive to the scaffold. A harrowing scene followed. The wounds broke open and bled profusely while the last dread penalty was being performed, to the manifest excitement and indignation of the crowd. A more daring and skilful escape was effected in 1836 by the chimney sweep Henry Williams, who, while detained in the press-yard as a capital convict, under sentence of death for burglary, managed to get away in the very same spot where his namesake had 9 years before so miserably failed. Escape seemed absolutely hopeless, and would certainly have been impossible to anyone less nimble than a chimney-sweep, trained under the old system to ascend the most intricate flues. Even after Williams had got out, persons were disposed to disbelieve that the escape had been accomplished in the manner indicated, They preferred to credit it to carelessness or collusion from officers of the gaol. Yet, from the circumstantial account given by Williams after recapture, there can be little doubt that he got away as will be described. Williams, as a capital convict, was lodged in the press yard or condemned ward. He had access to the airing yard, and there was for hours no kind of supervision. In one corner of the airing yard stood a cistern at some height from the ground. The wall beneath and above it was rusticated. In other words, the granite surface had become roughened, and offered a sort of foothold. About 50 feet from the ground level and above the cistern, a revolving chevaux de frise of iron was fixed, with only a short interval between it and the wall, supported by a horizontal iron railing with upright points. In the wall above the chevaux de frise projected a series of iron spikes sharp enough to forbid further ascent. Williams surveyed these formidable obstacles to evasion, and calmly proceeded to surmount them. His first task was to gain the top of the cistern. This he effected by keeping his back to one side of the angle, and working with his hands behind him, while he used his bare feet like claws upon the other side of the wall angle. The condition of the stone surface just mentioned assisted him in this, and he managed to get beyond the cistern to the railing below the chevaux de frise. The least slip now would have been fatal to him, but he could not thrust his body in through the narrow space left by the chevaux de frise, and was compelled to work along the railing round 3/4 of the square of the yard, and at length reached a point opposite the top of the building containing the condemned wards. This had been a perilous and painful task. The spikes of the railing penetrated his flesh and made progression slow and difficult. But the worst part of the business was to jump from this irksome foothold of the iron grating on to the top of the building just mentioned, a distance of 8 or 9 feet. He had here completed his ascent. His next job was to descend outside Newgate. Clambering along the roof, he passed to the top of the ordinary's residence, hoping to find an open skylight by which he might enter and so work downstairs. If the worst came to the worst, he intended to have gone down some chimney, as he had often done before in the way of business, but he did not like the risk of entering a room by the fireplace and the chances of detection it offered. He traversed vainly all the roofs in Newgate Street, running a great risk of discovery as he passed by a lot of workmen at Tyler's manufactory in Warwick Square, which had formerly been the College of Physicians. As his coat was an encumbrance, he left it on the top of the third house in Newgate Street, and thus in shirt-sleeves, barefoot and bareheaded, he worked along to the roofs in Warwick Lane. Here he came upon a woman on the leads hanging out clothes to dry. Williams concealed himself behind a chimney till she had re-entered her garret, and then, following her down a step-ladder into the house, told his story, appealed to and won her compassion. She suffered him to pass downstairs. Below, he met another woman and a girl, both of whom were terrified at his appearance, but when he explained that he was running away from the gallows, they left him the road clear. To walk out into the street was an easy affair, and he was now free, with 1 and 4pence in his pocket, and a shirt and trousers for all his clothing. Denied admission everywhere as a ragged, half-naked beggar, he tramped across London Bridge to Wandsworth, where he refreshed himself with a pint of strong ale, the first sustenance he had taken since his escape, and continued his march to Kingston, where he slept soundly under a hedge till next morning. Entering a town, he obtained employment at once as a chimney-sweep from a widow woman who gave him bub and grub, or food, and 1 and 6pence for every 9 days' work. Dissatisfied with this remuneration, he again took to the road, and tramped into Hampshire, where he presently committed a burglary at Lymington, was caught, and lodged in Winchester gaol. Mr. Cope, the the governor of Newgate, having been communicated with, proceeded to Winchester, where he at once identified Williams. The success, although very short-lived, which attended him, no doubt inspired other inmates of Newgate to follow his example. It was for some time after this a constant practice to go up the chimneys in the hope of escaping by the flue. Even then, however, irons across barred the ascent after a certain distance, and in no one case did a fugitive get clear away. A man named Lears, under sentence of transportation for an attempt at murder on board ship, got up part of the way, but had to come down again covered with soot and filth just as the officers entered the ward. Lears was rewarded by being obliged to wear cross irons on his legs, a punishment rarely inflicted in Newgate, and probably one of the few cases of a recurrence, but under proper safeguards and limitations, to the old system of chains. On another occasion Mr. Cope the governor came in and missed a man. The ward was one short of its number. What had become of the fellow? No one would answer. It was summer time, and the grate was empty, but the governor promptly ordered a fire to be lighted. The effect was nearly instantaneous. The fugitive, uncomfortably ensconced in the flue, came down of his own accord, like Colonel Colt's raccoon. After this, great iron guards, just as are to be seen in lunatic asylums, were fixed over the fireplaces, and the prisoners had no longer access to the chimneys. Among the escapes still remembered was one in 1849, accomplished by a man who had been employed working at the roof of the chapel on the female side. He was engaged in whitewashing and cleaning. The officer who had him in charge left him on the stairs leading to the gallery. Taking advantage of being unobserved, he got out through the roof onto the leads, and travelled along them towards No. 1 Newgate Street. This was a public house. He stepped in at a garret window, coolly walked downstairs, and entered the bar. They asked him how he had cut his hand, which was bleeding, and he said he had done it while working up on the roof. No further notice was taken of him. No one seemingly suspected that he was a prisoner, and he was suffered to walk off without let or hindrance. In 1853, 3 men escaped in company from one of the wards in the Middle Yard. They were penal servitude men, their names Bell, Brown, and Barry, and they were awaiting transfer to Leicester, which with Wakefield was utilized as a receptacle for convicts not going to Western Australia, or any of the new establishments at home, at Portland, Dartmoor, or elsewhere. These men managed to cut a hole in the ceiling of the ward near the iron cage on the landing, and so got access to the roof. At that time rope mats were still used as beds. One of the 3, shamming ill, remained all day in his ward, where he employed himself unravelling the rope from the sleeping mats. By evening he manufactured a good long length, and after all was quiet, the 3 got onto the roof through the hole, and so on to Tyler's manufactory close by, whence they let themselves down into the street by the rope. These men were all in prison dress at the time of their escape, but one of their number, Bell, sent back his clothes a few days later by parcels delivery, with a civil note to the governor, saying he had no further use for them. All 3 fugitives were recaptured, Brown almost at once, then Barry, who was taken at the East End in a public house where he had arranged to meet a pal. The Newgate officers obtained information of this, and went to the spot, where they effected the capture, but not till they had had an exciting chase down the street. The 3rd, Bell, remained longest at large. He too was run into at a lodging in the Kingsland Road. The officers dropped on to him while he was still in bed, but as they came upstairs he jumped up and hid in a cupboard. All 3, after recapture, passed on as originally intended to Leicester, where they did their bit and were released, but only to be taken soon afterwards for a fresh offence and again passed through Newgate with sentences of penal servitude. A later case was still more remarkable, as it was effected after the alteration of the prison and its reconstruction on the newest lines. A sailor, Crapps by name, occupied one of the upper cells in the new block. The doors, through incomplete knowledge of prison needs, were not, as now, sheeted with iron. The prisoner had nothing to deal with but wooden panels, and by dint of cutting and chopping he got both the lower panels out. Through the aperture he crept out onto the landing at the dead of night, and so down into the central space of the building. Under superior orders, all the doors and gates of this block were left open at night, to allow the night watchman to pass freely to all parts. This was considered safer than entrusting him with keys. Crapps walked at once into the yard and across to the female side, where he found some of the washing still hanging out to dry. He made a strong rope with several of the sheets, then, returning to the male yard, got hold of the step-ladder used in lighting the gas, and which under our more careful supervision would have been, as nowadays, chained up. Cutting the cord which fastened the two legs of the step-ladder, he opened them out and made one long length. With this, placed against the wall near the chevaux de frise, he made an escalade. The top of the wall was gained without difficulty. Along this Crapps crawled, and then dropped down onto the cook-house. He now put in requisition the rope made of the sheets, and with its help lowered himself into the street. Down below were market carts waiting for daylight, and among them Crapps found a refuge and friends. The first intimation of his escape was afforded by the police, who informed the prison authorities next day that a rope was hanging down from the cook-house roof. Nothing more was heard of Crapps. The curious thing in his case was that his offence was a trifling one. He was still untried, but would almost certainly have escaped with a minor penalty, say of 3 or 4 months' imprisonment. There is, however, no explanation of the motives which prompt prisoners to attempt escapes. Cases well authenticated have been known of men who had all but completed their sentences, and for whom the prison gates would open within a few days, who yet faced extraordinary risks to advance their enlargement by only a few hours. On the other hand, at the great convict establishments, such is the moral restraint of a systematic discipline, that numbers of men, lifers, and others with 10, 14, or 20 years to do, can be trusted to work out of doors without bolts and bars at a distance from the prison. The last escape from Newgate was only 3 years ago, and occurred just before the final closing of the prison. No report of it was made public, as the man was almost immediately recaptured. He was at work under the supervision of the artisan warder of the prison, who permitted him to go up onto the roof of the old wards, in order to throw water for flushing purposes down a chute. He was out of sight while so employed, and remained so long absent that the warder, becoming uneasy, went in search of him. He had disappeared. Encouraged by the shouts and signals of some workmen employed on a building outside, the prisoner made one of the most marvellous jumps on record, from the building he was on to a distant wall with a drop of 60 feet between. Then he ran along the coping of the wall towards its angle with Tyler's manufactory, and dropped down onto the gridiron below. This was not strong enough to carry him, and he fell through. Suicides and executions were, however, always the most effectual methods of making exit from durance. Suicides at Newgate were numerous enough, but they seldom possessed any novel or unusual features. Prison suicides seldom do, except as regards ingenuity and determination. Only great resolution indeed, persisted in to the bitter end, would make death a certainty, so limited and imperfect are the means generally available. When a bit of rope carefully secreted, braces, shoestrings, shirt torn into strip are the only instruments, and a bar or a small hook at no elevation affords the only drop, strangulation would seldom supervene, but for the resolution of the miserable felo de se. One curious instance of a suicide carried out under the most adverse and extraordinary circumstances may be quoted. It was that of a long firm swindler by name Johnson, who contrived to hang himself from a hammock hook only 18 inches from the ground. The noose was one of his hammock straps, which he buckled round his throat. Having carefully spread out a blanket on the floor just below the hammock as it lay suspended, he fastened one end of the strap above mentioned to the hook, and then fell down. He might have saved himself at any moment by merely extending an arm, but he lay there patiently till death supervened. When discovered next morning quite dead, it was found that the strap actually did not touch his throat. 3 fingers might have been inserted between it and the flesh. The pressure was all on the arteries behind the ears, and surgical opinion stated that the stoppage of circulation was the cause of death. Probably dissolution came as easily and almost without pain. A laudable desire to invest executions with more and more solemnity and decorum gained ground as they became more rare. As more humane principles were introduced into prison management, greater attention was paid to the capital convicts, and the horrors of their situation while awaiting sentence were as far as possible mitigated and toned down. But there was little improvement in the ceremony itself. There were still untoward accidents occasionally at executions, and even the chief practitioner of recent times, Calcraft, was not always to be trusted to do his fell work efficiently. Having mentioned Calcraft's name, I may be permitted to digress for a moment to give a few particulars concerning the last officially appointed hangman of the city of London. After Calcraft's resignation, no successor was really appointed. Marwood, whose name is so familiar with the present generation, had no official status, and was merely an operator selected by the corporation, and who, on the strength of it, contracted with sheriffs and conveners to work by the job. But Calcraft regularly succeeded Foxen, who followed Botting, and Dennis, the actor in the 1780 riots. Calcraft was born at Baddow in Essex in 1800. He was a shoemaker by trade, and settled in London after his marriage in 1825. The story goes that about 1828 his attention was drawn early one morning to a man who leant against a lamp-post in Finsbury Square, coughing violently. Calcraft, who, in spite of the dreadful calling he subsequently followed, was always reputed a kindly man, invited the man with the cough to enter a neighbouring house and try a little peppermint for it. The other accepted, and they got into conversation. He told Calcraft that he was Foxen, the executioner, and that he was that moment on his way to Newgate to hang a man, but that his cough was getting so much the master of him that he feared he would not be able to carry on his duties much longer. "I have no idea who the sheriffs will get to do the work after me," said Foxen, adding that his assistant, Tom Cheshire, was given to drink, and not to be trusted. "I think I could do that sort of job," said Calcraft on the spur of the moment. Foxen asked him his name and address, and went away. Calcraft thought no more of what had occurred till the next sessions at the Old Bailey, when the sheriffs sent for him, and offered him the post of executioner for the city of London and Middlesex. He accepted, having at first Tom Cheshire as his assistant, then, for a time, when Cheshire was dismissed for drunkenness, a man named Osborne. After that he worked alone. I cannot find that Calcraft was sworn in when appointed, or any exact information when the old forbidding ceremony ceased to be practised. It was customary to make the executioner take the Bible in his hand and swear solemnly that he would dispatch every criminal condemned to die without favouring father or mother or any other relation or friend. When he had taken the oath, he was dismissed with the words, "Get thee hence, wretch!" Calcraft's emoluments were a guinea per week, and an extra guinea for every execution. He got besides half a crown for every man he flogged, and an allowance to provide cats or birch rods. For acting as executioner of Horsemonger Lane Gaol, he received a retaining fee of £5 5s, with the usual guinea for each job. He was also at liberty to engage himself in the country, where he demanded and was paid £10 on each occasion. It was not always easy to get a hangman so cheap, as I have already indicated on a previous page. The onus and responsibility of carrying out the sentence is personal to the sheriff. A good story is told illustrating this. Some wags in Scotland seized Calcraft and kept him in durance the night before the execution. Meanwhile, the convener or sheriff was in despair, expecting that, failing the executioner, he would have to do the job himself. But fortunately for him, just at the last moment, Calcraft was set free. Calcraft's salary was more than the proverbial 13 pence halfpenny, hangman's wages. The origin of this expression dates, it is said, from the time when the Scottish mark, a silver coin bearing the same relation to the Scottish pound that an English shilling does to an English pound, was made to pass current in England. The mark was valued at 13 pence halfpenny, or rather more than the shilling, which from time immemorial had been the hangman's wages. That very ancient perquisite, the convict's clothes, was never claimed by Calcraft, and it may be doubted whether he was entitled to it. On one particular occasion, however, he got them. A gentleman whose sins brought him to the gallows at Maidstone wished to do Calcraft a good turn, and sent to his London tailor for a complete new suit in which he appeared at his execution. He expressly bequeathed them to Calcraft, who was graciously pleased to accept them. On another occasion, an importunate person begged Calcraft eagerly to claim his right to the clothes and give them to him. Calcraft consented, got and bestowed the clothes, only to find that the person he had obliged exhibited them publicly. It may be added that of late years the clothes in which a convict has suffered are invariably burnt. Capital convicts go to the gallows in their own clothing, and not in prison dress, unless the former is quite unfit to be worn. Calcraft shared the odium which his office, not strangely, has always inspired. But he was admitted into the gaol, which his predecessors were not, and who were paid their wages over the gate, to obviate the necessity for letting them enter. To this curious etiquette was due the appointment of an official whose office has long since disappeared, the yeoman of the halter, whose business it was to provide the rope and do the pinioning, and who was paid a fee of 5s. They did not dislike Calcraft, however, at Newgate. He was an illiterate, simple-minded man, who scarcely remembered what executions he had performed. He kept no record of them, and, when asked questions, referred to the officers of the gaol. His nature must have been kindly. When he came to the prison for his wages, his grandchildren often accompanied him, affectionately clinging to his hands. And he owned a pet pony, which would follow him about like a dog. In his own profession he was not unskilful, but he proceeded entirely by rule of thumb, leaving the result very much to chance and the strength of the rope. He was so much in favour of short drops that his immediate successor, Marwood, stigmatized him as "short drop man," Marwood being, on the other hand, in favour of giving a man as much rope as possible. With Calcraft's method there were undoubtedly many failures, and it was a common custom for him to go below the gallows just to steady their legs a little, in other words, to add his weight to that of the hanging bodies. Marwood, till latterly, seemed to have done his work more effectually, and has been known to give as much as 6 feet fall. This generally produces instantaneous death, although cases where complete fracture of the spinal cord occurred are said to be rare. Calcraft served the city of London till 1874, when he was pensioned at the rate of 25 shillings per week. The last execution at which he acted was that of Godwin on the 25th May, 1874. Marwood, who succeeded him, and who died while these sheets were in the press, was a Lincolnshire man, a native of Horncastle, who first took to the work from predilection and the idea of being useful in his generation, as he himself assured the writer of these pages. Until the time of his death he kept a small shop close to the church in Horncastle. Over the door in gilt letters were the words "Crown Office." In the window was a pile of official envelopes, ostentatiously displayed, while round about were shoestrings, bootlaces, and lasts. Marwood, strange to say, followed the same trade as Calcraft. Marwood was proud of his calling, and, when questioned as to whether his process was satisfactory, replied that he heard no complaints. The strange competition amongst hundreds to succeed Marwood is a strange fact too recently before the public to need mention here. It may, however, be remarked that the wisdom of appointing any regular hangman is very open to question, and must be strongly deprecated on moral grounds as tending to the utter degradation of one individual. Possibly such changes may be introduced into the method of execution that the ceremony may be made more mechanical, thus rendering the personal intervention of a skilled functionary unnecessary. Executions long continued to be in public, in spite of remonstrance and reprobation. The old prejudices, such as that which enlisted Dr. Johnson on the side of the Tyburn procession, still lingered and prevented any change. It was thought that capital punishment would lose its deterrent effect if it ceased to be public, and the raison d'être of the penalty, which in principle so many opposed, would be gone. This line of argument prevailed over the manifest horrors of the spectacle. These increased as time passed. The graphic and terrible account given by Charles Dickens of the awful scene before Horsemonger Lane Gaol at the execution of the Mannings has already been quoted. Again, the concourse of people collected in front of Newgate to witness the execution, simultaneously, of the 5 pirates, part of the mutinous crew of the Flowery Land, was greater than on any previous occasion. It was a callous, careless crowd of coarse-minded, semi-brutalized folk who came to enjoy themselves. Few, if any, showed any feeling of terror, none were impressed with the solemnity or realized the warning which the sight conveyed. The upturned faces of the eager spectators resembled those of the gods at Drury Lane on Boxing Night. The crowd had come to witness a popular and gratuitous public performance, better than a prize fight or a play. No notion that they were assisting at a vindication of the law filled the minds of those present with dread. On the contrary, the prevailing sentiment was one of satisfaction at the success of the spectacle. The remarks heard amongst the crowd were of coarse approval. "So help me, ain't it fine?" one costermonger was heard to exclaim to his companion. "5 of them, all darkies in a row." The reply evinced equal satisfaction, and the speaker, with a profane oath, declared that he would like to act as Jack Ketch to the whole lot. To the disgrace of the better educated and better bred public, executions could still command the attention of curious aristocrats from the West End. At Muller's execution there was great competition for front seats, and the windows of the opposite houses, which commanded a good view, as usual fetched high prices. As much as £25 was paid for a first-floor front on this occasion. Never, indeed, had an execution been more generally patronized. This is proved by contemporary accounts, especially one graphic and realistic article which appeared in the Times, and which contributed in no small degree to the introduction of private executions. A great crowd was expected, and a great crowd came. They collected overnight in the bright light of a November moon. There were well-dressed and ill-dressed, old men and lads, women and girls. Rain fell heavily at intervals, but did not thin the concourse. Till 3 o'clock it was one long revelry of songs and laughter, shouting and often quarrelling, though, to do them mere justice, there was, at least till then, a half-drunken ribald gaiety among the crowd that made them all akin. There were preachers among the crowd, but they could not get a patient hearing. Then one struck up the hymn of the Promised Land, and the refrain was at once taken up with a mighty chorus. "Oh my, think I've got to die." This was presently superseded by a fresh catch. "Muller, Muller, he's the man," till a diversion was created by the appearance of the gallows, which was received with continuous yells. As day broke, the character of the crowd was betrayed. There were but few women, except of the most degraded sort. The men were mostly young men. Sharpers, thieves, gamblers, betting men, the outsiders of the boxing ring, bricklayers, labourers, dock workmen, German artisans and sugar bakers, with the rakings of cheap singing halls and billiard rooms, the fast young men of London. But all, whether young or old, men or women, seemed to know nothing, feel nothing, to have no object but the gallows, and to laugh, curse, or shout, as in this heaving and struggling forward they gained or lost in their strong efforts to get nearer where Müller was to die. The actual execution made some impression. The crowd was for a moment awed and stilled by the quiet, rapid passage from life to death. But before the slight, slow vibrations of the body had well ended, robbery and violence, loud laughing, oaths, fighting, obscene conduct, and still more filthy language reigned round the gallows far and near. Such, too, the scene remained with little change or respite till the old hangman, Calcraft, slunk again along the drop, amid hisses and sneering inquiries of what he had had to drink that morning. He, after failing once to cut the rope, made a second attempt more successfully, and the body of Müller disappeared from view. It was preposterous to claim for such a scene as this that it conveyed any great moral lesson or had any deterring influence. Numbers of humane and thoughtful persons had long been convinced of this. Already the urgent necessity for abolishing public executions had been brought before the House of Commons by Mr. Hibbert, and the question, as part of the whole subject of capital punishment, had been referred to a royal commission in January 1864. Full evidence was taken on all points, and on that regarding public executions there was a great preponderance of opinion towards their abolition, yet the witnesses were not unanimous. Some of the judges would have retained the public spectacle. The ordinary of Newgate was not certain that public executions were not the best. Another distinguished witness feared that any secrecy in the treatment of the condemned would invest them with a new and greater interest, which was much to be deprecated. Foreign witnesses, too, were in favour of publicity. On the other hand, Lords Cranworth and Wensleydale recommended private executions. So did Mr. Spencer Walpole, MP. Sir George Grey thought there was a growing feeling in favour of executions within the prison precincts. Colonel, now Sir Edmund Henderson, was strongly in favour of them, based on his experience of them in Western Australia. He not only thought them likely to be more deterrent, but believed that a public ceremony destroyed the whole value of an execution. Other officials, great lawyers, governors of prisons, and chaplains supported this view. The only doubts expressed were as to the sufficiency of the safeguards, as to the certainty of death and its subsequent publication. But these, it was thought, might be provided by the admission of the press and the holding of a coroner's inquest. Duly impressed with the weight of evidence in favor of abolition, the commission recommended that death sentences should be carried out within the jail, under such regulations as might be considered necessary to prevent abuse, and satisfy the public that the law had been complied with. But it is curious to note that there were several dissentients among the commissioners to this paragraph of the report. The judge of the Admiralty Court, the Right Honourable Stephen Lushington, the Right Honourable James Moncrieff, Lord Advocate Mr. Charles Neate, Mr. William Ewart, and last but not least, Mr. John Bright, declared that they were not prepared to agree to the resolution respecting private executions. Nevertheless, in the very next session, a bill was introduced by Mr. Hibbert, M.P., and accepted by the government, providing for the future carrying out of executions within prisons. It was read for the first time in March 1866, but did not become law till 1868. The last public execution in front of Newgate was that of the Fenian Michael Barrett, who was convicted of complicity in the Clerkenwell explosion, intended to effect the release of Burke and Casey from Clerkenwell prison, by which many persons lost their lives. Unusual precautions were taken upon this occasion, as some fresh outrage was apprehended. There was no interference with the crowd, which collected as usual, although not to the customary extent. But Newgate and its neighbourhood was carefully held by the police, both city and metropolitan. In the houses opposite the prison, numbers of detectives mixed with the spectators. Inside the jail was Colonel Fraser, the chief commissioner of the city police, and at no great distance, although in the background, troops were held in readiness to act if required. Everything passed off quite quietly, however, and Calcraft, who had been threatened with summary retribution if he executed Barrett, carried out the sentence without mishap. The sufferer was stolid and reticent to the last. The first private execution under the new law took place within the precincts of Maidstone Gaol. The sufferer was a porter on the London, Chatham, and Dover Railway, sentenced to death for shooting the station master at Dover. The ceremony, which was witnessed by only a few officials and representatives of the press, was performed with the utmost decency and decorum. The fact that the execution was to take place within the privacy of the gloomy walls, a fact duly advertised as completed by the hoisting of the black flag over the gaol, had undoubtedly a solemn, impressive effect upon those outside. The same was realized in the first private execution within Newgate, that of Alexander Mackay, who murdered his mistress at Norton Folgate by beating her with a rolling pin and furnace rake, and who expiated his crime on the 8th September 1868. A more marked change from the old scene can hardly be conceived. Instead of the roar of the brutalized crowd, the officials spoke in whispers. There was but little moving to and fro. Almost absolute silence prevailed until the great bell began to toll its deep note, and broke the stillness with its regular and monotonous clangour, and the ordinary, in a voice trembling with emotion, read the burial service aloud. Mackay's fortitude, which had been great, broke down at the supreme moment before the horror of the stillness, the awful impressiveness of the scene in which he was the principal actor. No time was lost in carrying out the dread ceremony, but it was not completed without some of the officials turning sick, and the moment it was over, all who could were glad to escape from the last act of the ghastly drama at which they had assisted. Private executions at their first introduction were not popular with the Newgate officials, and for intelligible reasons. The change added greatly to the responsibilities of the governor and his subordinates. Hitherto the public had seemed to assist at the ceremony. The moment, too, that the condemned man had passed through the debtors' doors on to the scaffold, the prison had done with him, and the great outside world shared in the completion of the sacrifice. This feeling was the stronger because all the ghastly paraphernalia, the gallows itself, and the process of erecting and removing it, rested with the city architect and not with the prison officials. Moreover, after the execution, under the old system, the latter had only to receive the body for burial after it had been cut down by the hangman, and placed decently in a shell by the workmen who removed the gallows. Under the new system, the whole of the arrangements from first to last fell upon the officers. It was they who formed the chief part of the small select group of spectators. Upon them devolved the painful duty of cutting down the body and preparing for the inquest. All that the hangman, whoever he may be, does under the new regime is to unhook the halter and remove the pinioning straps. The interment in a shell filled with quicklime in the passageway leading to the Old Bailey is also a part of the duty of the prison officials. This strange burial ground is one of the most ghastly of the remaining sights in Newgate. It was sometimes used as an exercising yard, and for the greater security of prisoners it is roofed in with iron bars, which gives it, at least overhead, the aspect of a huge cage. Underfoot and upon the walls, roughly cut into the stones, are single initial letters, the brief epitaphs of those who lie below. As this burial ground leads to the adjacent Central Criminal Court, accused murderers, on going to and returning from trial, literally walked over what, in case of conviction, would be their own graves. The older officers, with several of whom I have conversed, have thus had unusual opportunities of watching the demeanour of murderers both before trial and after sentence. All as a rule, unless poignant remorse has brought a desire to court their richly merited retribution, are buoyed up with hope to the last. There is always the chance of a flaw in the indictment, of a missing witness, or extenuating circumstances. Even when in the condemned cell, with a shameful death within measurable distance, many cling still to life, expecting much from the intercession of friends or the humanitarianism of the age. All, almost without exception, sleep soundly at night, except the first after sentence, when the first shock of the verdict and the solemn notification of the impending blow keeps nearly all awake, or at least disturbs their night's rest. But the uneasiness soon wears off. The second night sleep comes readily, and is sound. Many of the most abandoned murderers snore peacefully their 8 hours, even on the night immediately preceding execution. All, too, have a fairly good appetite, and eat with relish up to the last moment. A few go further and are almost gluttonous. Giovanni Lanni, the Italian boy who murdered a Frenchwoman in the Haymarket and was arrested on board ship just as he was about to leave the country, had a little spare cash, which he devoted entirely to the purchase of extra food. He ate constantly and voraciously after sentence, as though eager to cram as many meals as possible into the few hours still left him to live. Geoffrey, who murdered his own child, an infant of 6, by hanging him in a cellar in 7 Dials, called for a roast duck directly he entered the condemned cell. The request was not granted, as the old custom of allowing capital convicts whatever they asked for in the way of food has not been the rule in Newgate. The diet of the condemned is the ordinary diet of the prison, but to which additions are sometimes made, chiefly of stimulants if deemed necessary, by the medical officer of the gaol. The craving for tobacco which so dominates the habitual smoker often leads the convicted to plead hard for a last smoke. As a special favour, Wainwright was allowed a cigar the night before execution, which he smoked in the prison yard, walking up and down with the governor, Mr. Sidney Smith. Wainwright's demeanour was one of reckless effrontery, steadily maintained to the last. His conversation turned always upon his influence over the weaker sex, and the extraordinary success he had achieved. No woman could resist him, he calmly assured Mr. Smith that night as they walked together, and he recounted his villainies one by one. His effrontery was only outdone by his cool contempt for the consolations of religion. The man who had made a pious life a cloak for his misdeeds, the once exemplary young man and indefatigable Sunday-school teacher, went impenitent to the gallows. The only sign of feeling he showed was in asking to be allowed to choose the hymns on the Sunday the condemned sermon was preached in the prison chapel, and this was probably only that he might hear the singing of a lady with a magnificent voice who generally attended the prison services. During the singing of these hymns Wainwright fainted, but whether from real emotion or the desire to make a sensation was never exactly known. On the fatal morning he came gaily out of his cell, nodded pleasantly to the governor, who stood just opposite, and then walked briskly towards the execution shed, smiling as he went along. There was a smile on his face when it was last seen, and just as the terrible white cap was drawn over it. Wainwright's execution was within the gaol, but only nominally private. No less than 67 persons were present, admitted by special permission of the sheriff. Rumour even went so far as to assert that among the spectators were several women disguised in male habiliments, but the story was never substantiated, and we may hope that it rested only on the idle gossip of the day. Many, like Wainwright, were calm and imperturbable throughout their trying ordeal. Catherine Wilson, the poisoner, was reserved and reticent to the last, expressing no contrition, but also no fear. A tall, gaunt, repulsive-looking woman, who no more shrank from cowardly, secret crimes than from the penalty they entailed. Kate Webster, who was tried at the Central Criminal Court and passed through Newgate, although she suffered at Wandsworth, is remembered at the former prison as a defiant, brutal creature who showed no remorse, but was subject to fits of ungovernable passion, when she broke out into language the most appalling. The man Marley displayed fortitude of a less repulsive kind. He acknowledged his guilt from the first. When the sheriff offered him counsel for his defence, he declined, saying he wished to make none. The witnesses for the prosecution spoke the truth. During the trial and after sentence he remained perfectly cool and collected. When visited one day in the condemned cell, just as St. Sepulchre's clock was striking, he looked up and said laughingly, "Go along, clock. Come along, gallows." He tripped up the chapel stairs to hear the condemned sermon, and came out with cheerful alacrity on the morning he was to die. Some condemned convicts converse but little with the warders who have them unceasingly in charge. Others talk freely enough on various topics, but principally upon their own cases. When vanity is strongly developed, there is the keen anxiety to hear what is being said about them outside. One was vexed to think that his victims had a finer funeral than he would have. The only subject another showed any interest in was the theatres and the new pieces that were being produced. A third, Christian Sattler, laughed and jested with the officers about Jack Ketch, who, through the postponement of the execution, would lose his Christmas dinner. When they brought in the 2 watchers to relieve guard one night, Sattler said, "2 fresh men, may I speak to them? Yes, I must caution you," he went on to the warders, "not to go to sleep, or I shall be off through that little hole," pointing to an aperture for ventilating the cell. On the morning of execution he asked how far it was to the gallows, and was told it was quite close. "Then I shall not wear my coat," he cried. "Jack Ketch shall not have it," being under the erroneous impression that the convict's clothes were still the executioner's perquisite. Often the convicts give way to despair. They are too closely watched to be allowed to do themselves much mischief, or suicides would probably be more frequent. But it is neither easy to obtain the instruments of self-destruction, nor to elude the vigilance of their guard. The man, Bousfield, however, whose execution was so sadly bungled, made a determined effort to burn himself to death by throwing himself bodily on to the fire in the condemned ward. He was promptly rescued from his perilous condition, but not before his face and hands were badly scorched. They were still much swollen when he was led out to execution. Miller, the Chelsea murderer, who packed his victim's body in a box and tried to send it by parcels delivery, tried to kill himself, but ineffectively, by running his head against his cell wall. A few other cases of the kind have occurred, but they have been rare of late years, whether in Newgate or elsewhere. End of Section 19. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 20 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 20, Newgate Notorieties, Part 1. As these records draw to a close, the crimes I chronicle become so much more recent in date that they will be fresh in the memory of most of my readers. Nevertheless, in order to give completeness to the picture, I have attempted to draw of crime in connection with Newgate, from first to last. I must make some mention in this my penultimate chapter of some of the most heinous offences of modern times. The crime of poisoning has always been viewed with peculiar loathing and terror in this country. It will be remembered that as far back as the reign of Henry VIII, a new and most cruel penalty was devised for the punishment of the Bishop of Rochester's cook, who had poisoned his master and many of his dependents. Sir Thomas Overbury was undoubtedly poisoned by Lord Rochester in the reign of James I, and it is hinted that James himself nearly fell a victim to a nefarious attempt of the Duke of Buckingham. But secret poisoning on a wholesale scale, such as was practised in Italy and France, was happily never popularized in England. The well-known and lethal aqua Tophania, so called after its inventress, a Roman woman named Tophana, and which was so widely adopted by ladies anxious to get rid of their husbands, was never introduced into this country. Its admission was probably checked by the increased vigilance at the custom houses, the necessity for which was urged by Mr. Addison when Secretary of State in 1717. The cases of poisoning in the British calendars are rare, nor indeed was the guilt of the accused always clearly established. It is quite possible that Catherine Blandy, who poisoned her father at the instigation of her lover, was ignorant of the destructive character of the powders, probably arsenic, which she administered. Captain Donellan, who was convicted of poisoning his brother-in-law, Sir Theodosius Broughton, and executed for it, would probably have had the benefit in these days of the doubts raised at his trial. A third case, more especially interesting to us as having passed through Newgate, was that of Eliza Fenning, who was convicted of an attempt to poison a whole family by putting arsenic in the dumplings she had prepared for them. The charge rested entirely on circumstantial evidence, and as Fenning, although convicted and executed, protested her innocence in the most solemn manner to the last, the justice of the sentence was doubted at the time. Yet it was clearly proved that the dumplings contained arsenic, and that she, and she alone, had made the dough, that arsenic was within her reach in the house, that she had had a quarrel with her mistress, and that the latter, with all others who tasted the dumplings, were similarly attacked, although no one died. The crime of poisoning is essentially one which will be most prevalent in a high state of civilization, when the spread of scientific knowledge places nefarious means at the disposal of many instead of limiting them, as in the days of the Borgias and Brinvilliers, to the specially informed and unscrupulously powerful few. The first intimation conveyed to society of the new terror which threatened it was in the arrest and arraignment of William Palmer, a medical practitioner charged with doing to death persons who relied upon his professional skill. The case contained elements of much uncertainty, and yet it was so essential, in the interests and for the due protection of the public, that the fullest and fairest inquiry should be made, that the trial was transferred to the Central Criminal Court under the authority of an act passed on purpose, known as the Trial of Offences Act, and sometimes as Lord Campbell's Act. That the administration of justice should never be interfered with by local prejudice or local feeling is obviously of paramount importance, and the powers granted by this Act have been frequently put in practice since. The trial of Catherine Windsor, the baby farmer, was thus brought to the Central Criminal Court from Exeter Assizes, and that of the Stauntons from Maidstone. Palmer's trial caused the most intense excitement. The direful suspicions which surrounded the case filled the whole country with uneasiness and misgiving, and the deepest anxiety was felt that the crime, if crime there had been, should be brought home to its perpetrator. The Central Criminal Court was crowded to suffocation. Great personages occupied seats upon the bench. The rest of the available space was allotted by ticket, to secure which the greatest influence was necessary. People came to stare at the supposed cold-blooded prisoner with morbid curiosity, to scan his features and watch his demeanour through the shifting, nicely balanced phases of his protracted trial. Palmer, who was only 31 at the time of his trial, was in appearance short and stout, with a round head covered rather scantily with light sandy hair. His skin was extraordinarily fair, his cheeks fresh and ruddy. Although his face, though commonplace, was not exactly ugly, there was certainly nothing in it which indicated cruel cunning or deliberate truculence. His features were not careworn, but rather set, and he looked older than his age. Throughout his trial he preserved an impassive countenance, but he clearly took a deep interest in all that passed. Although the strain lasted 14 days, he showed no signs of exhaustion, either physical or mental. On returning to jail each day, he talked freely and without reserve to the warders in charge of him, chiefly on incidents in the day's proceedings. He was confident to the very last that it would be impossible to find him guilty. Even after sentence, and until within a few hours of execution, he was buoyed up with the hope of reprieve. The conviction that he would escape had taken so firm a hold of him that he steadily refused to confess his guilt, lest it should militate against his chances. In the condemned cell he frequently repeated, "I go to my death a murdered man." He made no distinct admissions even on the scaffold, but when the chaplain at the last moment exhorted him to confess, he made use of the remarkable words, "If it is necessary for my soul's sake to confess this murder, I ought also to confess the others, I mean my wife and my brothers." Yet he was silent when specifically pressed to confess that he had killed his wife and his brother. Palmer was ably defended, but the weight of evidence was clearly with the prosecution, led by Sir Alexander Cockburn, and public opinion at the termination of the trial coincided with the verdict of the jury. Originally a doctor in practice at Rugeley, in Staffordshire, he had gradually withdrawn from medicine and devoted himself to the turf. But his sporting operations did not prosper, and he became a needy man, always driven to desperate straits for cash. To meet his liabilities, he raised large sums on forged bills of acceptance drawn upon his mother, a woman of some means, whose signature he counterfeited. In 1854 he owed a very large sum of money, but he was temporarily relieved by the death of his wife, whose life he had insured for £13,000. There is every reason to suppose that he poisoned his wife to obtain possession of this sum upon her death. His brother was supposed to have been his next victim, upon whose life he had also effected an insurance for another £13,000. The brother, too, died conveniently, but the Life Office took some exception to the manner of death, and hesitated to disburse the funds claimed by Palmer. After this, Palmer tried to get a new insurance on the life of a hanger-on, one Bates, but no office would accept it, no doubt greatly to Bates's longevity. Meanwhile, the bill discounters who held the forged acceptances with other promissory notes began to clamour for payment and talk of issuing writs. Palmer, alive to the danger he ran of a prosecution for forgery should the fraud he had committed be brought to light, sought about for a fresh victim to supply him with funds. He fixed upon a sporting friend, Mr. John Parsons Cook, who had been in luck at Shrewsbury races, both as a winner and a backer, whom he persuaded to go and stay at Rugeley in an hotel just opposite his own house. It was there that Cook was first taken ill with violent retchings and vomitings, all dating from visits of Palmer, who brought him medicines and food. Palmer's plan was to administer poison in quantities insufficient to cause death, but enough to produce illness which would account for death. For this purpose he gave, or there was the strongest presumption that he gave, antimony, which caused Cook's constant sickness. Quantities of antimony were found in the body after death. While Cook lay ill, Palmer, in his name, pocketed the proceeds of the Shrewsbury settling, and so got the money for which he was prepared to barter his soul. The last act now approached, and in order to avoid the detection of this last fraud, Palmer laid his plans for disposing of Cook. He decided to use strychnia, or the vegetable poison otherwise known as nux vomica, and one of the many links in the long chain of evidence was an entry in a book of Palmer's to the effect that, quote, "Strychnia kills by causing tetanic fixing of the respiratory muscles." End quote. The purchase by Palmer of strychnia was proved. The night he bought it, Cook, who had been taking certain pills under medical advice, not Palmer's, was seized with violent convulsions. He had swallowed his pills as usual, at least Palmer had administered them. Whether the ordinary or his own pills will never be known, except as may be inferred from the results, which indicate that he had taken the latter. Cook recovered this time. It was probably Palmer's intention that he should recover, wishing to encourage the supposition that Cook was in a bad way. Next night Cook had a second and more violent attack. That day Palmer had bought more strychnia, and had called in a fresh doctor. The second attack was fatal, and ended in Cook's death from tetanus. This tetanus, according to the prosecution, was produced by strychnia, and followed the administration of pills by Palmer, prescribed nominally by the fresh doctor, for which Palmer had substituted his own. Cook's death was horrible, fearful paroxysms and cramps ending in suffocation by the tetanic rigor which caught the muscles of the chest. After Cook's death, his stepfather, who was much attached to him, came to Rugeley. He was struck with the appearance of the corpse, which was not emaciated, as after a long disease ending in death, while the muscles of the fingers were tightly clenched, not open as usual in a corpse. He said nothing, but began to feel uneasy when he found that Cook's betting book was missing, and that Palmer put it forward that his friend had died greatly embarrassed, with bills to the amount of £4,000 out in his name. Palmer, too, showed an indecent haste in preparing the body for interment, and in obtaining the usual certificate. After this, the stepfather insisted upon a post-mortem, which was conducted somewhat carelessly. The intestines were, however, preserved and sent for analysis, but it was proved that Palmer tried hard to get possession of the jar containing them, and even sought to upset the vehicle by which they were being conveyed a part of the way to London. The examination of the stomach betrayed the presence of antimony in large quantities, but no strychnia, and it was on the entire absence of the latter that the defence was principally based when Palmer was brought to trial. All the circumstances were so suspicious that he could not escape the criminal charge. He had already been arrested on a writ issued at the instance of the moneylenders, and an action had been commenced against Mrs. Palmer on her acceptances. It came out at once that these had been forged, and the whole affair at once took the ugliest complexion. A government prosecution was instituted, and Palmer was brought to Newgate for trial at the Central Criminal Court. There was not much reserve about him when there. He frequently declared before and during the trial that it would be impossible to find him guilty. He never actually said that he was not guilty, but he was confident he would not be convicted. He relied on the absence of the strychnia. But the chain of circumstantial evidence was strong enough to satisfy the jury, who agreed to their verdict in an hour. At the last moment Palmer tossed a bit of paper over to his counsel, on which he had written, quote, "I think there will be a verdict of not guilty." End quote. Even after the death sentence had been passed upon him, he clung to the hope that the government would grant him a reprieve. To the last, therefore, he played the part of a man wrongfully convicted, and did not abandon hope even when the High Sheriff had told him there was no possibility of a reprieve, and within a few hours of execution. He suffered at Stafford in front of the gaol. Palmer speedily found imitators. Within a few weeks occurred the Leeds poisoning case, in which the murderer undoubtedly was inspired by the facts made public at Palmer's trial. Dove, a fiendish brute, found from the evidence in that case that he could kill his wife, whom he hated, with exquisite torture, and with a poison that would leave, as he thought, no trace. In the latter hope he was happily disappointed. But as this case is beyond my subject, I merely mention it as one of the group already referred to. 3 years later came the case of Dr. Smethurst, presenting still greater features of resemblance with Palmer's, for both were medical men, and both raised difficult questions of medical jurisprudence. In both the jury had no doubt as to the guilt of the accused, only in Smethurst's case the then Home Secretary, Sir George Cornwall Lewis, could not divest his mind of serious doubt, and of which the murderer got the benefit. Smethurst's escape may have influenced the jury in the Poplar poisoning case, which followed close on its heels, although in that the verdict of not guilty was excusable, as the evidence was entirely circumstantial. There was no convincing proof that the accused had administered the poison, although beyond question that poison had occasioned the death. Dr. Smethurst was long an inmate of Newgate, and was tried at the Central Criminal Court. He had all the characteristics of the poisoner, the calm deliberation, the protracted dissimulation, as with unshrinking, relentless wickedness the deadly work is carried on to the end. Smethurst's victim was a Miss Banks, with whom he had contracted a bigamous marriage. He had met her at a boarding-house, where he lived with his own wife, a person of shady antecedents, and whom he left without scruple to join Miss Banks. The latter seems to have succumbed only too willingly to his fascinations, and to have as readily agreed to marry him in spite of the existence of the other Mrs. Smethurst. Probably the doctor had told her the story he brought forward when tried for bigamy, namely, that Mrs. Smethurst had no right to the name, but had a husband of her own, one Johnson, alive, a story subsequently disproved. Miss Banks seems to have counted upon some species of whitewashing, no less than the repudiation of the other marriage, and told her sister as much when they last met. For some months Smethurst and Miss Banks lived together as man and wife, first in London and then at Richmond. She had a little fortune of her own, some £1,700 or £1,800, and a life interest in £5,000, a fact on which Smethurst's counsel dwelt with much weight as indicating a motive for keeping her alive rather than killing her. But probably the lump sum was the bait, or perhaps Smethurst wished to return to his temporarily deserted first wife. Whatever the exact cause which impelled him to crime, it seems certain that he began to give her some poison, either arsenic or antimony, or both in small quantities, with the idea of subjecting her to the irritant poison slowly but surely until the desired effect, death, was achieved. As she became worse and worse, Smethurst called in the best medical advice in Richmond, but was careful to prime them with his facts, and lead them, if possible, to accept his diagnosis of the case. Smethurst was found guilty by the jury and sentenced to death. But a long public discussion followed, and in consequence he was reprieved. The Home Secretary, in a letter to the Lord Chief Baron, stated that, quote, "Although the facts are full of suspicion against Smethurst, there is not absolute and complete evidence of his guilt." End quote. Smethurst was therefore given a free pardon for the offence of murder, but he was subsequently again tried for bigamy and sentenced to 12 months' imprisonment. Catherine Wilson was a female poisoner who did business wholesale. She was tried in April 1862 on suspicion of having attempted to poison a neighbor with oil of vitriol. The circumstances were strange. Mrs. Wilson had gone to the chemist's for medicine, and on her return had administered a dose of something which burnt the mouth badly but did not prove fatal. Wilson was acquitted on this charge, but other suspicious facts cropped up while she was in Newgate. It appeared that several persons with whom she was intimate had succumbed suddenly. In all cases the symptoms were much the same: vomiting, violent retching, purging, such as are visible in cholera, and all dated from the time when she knew a young man named Dixon, who had been in the habit of taking colchicum for rheumatism. Mrs. Wilson heard then casually from a medical man that it was a very dangerous medicine, and she profited by what she had heard. Soon afterwards Dixon died, showing all the symptoms already described. Soon afterwards a friend, Mrs. Atkinson, came to London from Westmoreland, and stayed in Mrs. Wilson's house. She was in good health on leaving home, and had with her a large sum of money. While with Mrs. Wilson, she became suddenly and alarmingly ill, and died in great agony. Her husband, who came up to town, would not allow a post-mortem, and again Mrs. Wilson escaped. Mrs. Atkinson's symptoms had been the same as Dixon's. Then Mrs. Wilson went to live with a man named Taylor, who was presently attacked in the same way as the others, but, thanks to the prompt administration of remedies, he recovered. After this came the charge of administering oil of vitriol, which failed as has been described. Last of all, Mrs. Wilson poisoned her landlady, Mrs. Soames, under precisely the same conditions as the foregoing. Here, however, the evidence was strong and sufficient. It was proved that Mrs. Wilson had given Mrs. Soames something peculiar to drink, that immediately afterwards Mrs. Soames was taken ill with vomiting and purging, and that Mrs. Wilson administered the same medicine again and again. The last time Mrs. Soames showed great reluctance to take it, but Wilson said it would certainly do her good. This mysterious medicine Wilson kept carefully locked up, and allowed no one to see it, but its nature was betrayed when this last victim also died. The first post-mortem indicated death from natural causes, but a more careful investigation attributed it beyond doubt to overdoses of colchicum. Dr. Alfred Taylor, the great authority and writer on medical jurisprudence, corroborated this, and in his evidence on the trial fairly electrified the court by declaring it his opinion that many deaths, supposed to be from cholera, were really due to poison. This fact was referred to by the judge in his summing up, who said that he feared it was only too true that secret poisoning was at that time very rife in the metropolis. Wilson was duly sentenced to death, and suffered impenitent, hardened, and without any confession of her guilt. Although murder by insidious methods had become more common, cases where violence of the most deadly and determined kind was offered had not quite disappeared. I will mention two cases of this class, one accompanied with piracy on the high seas, the other perpetrated in a railway carriage, and showing the promptitude with which criminals accept and utilize altered conditions of life, more particularly as regards locomotion. The first case was that of the Flowery Land, which left London for Singapore on the 28th July, 1863, with a cargo of wine and other goods. Her captain was John Smith, the first and second mates, Carswell and Taffir. There were two other Englishmen on board, and the rest of the crew were a polyglot lot, most of them, as was proved by their subsequent acts, blackguards of the deepest dye. 6 were Spaniards, or rather natives of Manila, and men of colour. 1 was a Greek, another a Turk. There were also a Frenchman, a Norwegian, the carpenter, 3 Chinamen, a Sclavonian, and a black on board. Navigation and discipline could not be easy with such a nondescript crew. The captain was kindly, but somewhat intemperate. The first mate, a man of some determination, and punishment such as rope's ending and tying to the bulwarks had to be applied to get the work properly done. The 6 Spaniards, the Greek and the Turk, were in the same watch, 8 truculent and reckless scoundrels who, brooding over their fancied wrongs and burning for revenge, hatched amongst them a plot to murder their officers and seize the ship. The mutiny was organized with great secrecy, and broke out most unexpectedly in the middle of the night. A simultaneous attack was made upon the captain and the first mate. The latter had the watch on deck. One half of the mutineers fell upon him unawares with handspikes and capstan bars. He was struck down, imploring mercy, but they beat him about the head and face till every feature was obliterated, and then, still living, flung him into the sea. Meanwhile the captain, roused from his berth, came out of the cabin, was caught near the companion by the rest of the mutineers, and promptly dispatched with daggers. His body was found lying in a pool of blood, in a night-dress, stabbed over and over again in the left side. The captain's brother, a passenger on board the Flowery Land, was also stabbed to death and his body thrown overboard. The second mate, who had heard the hammering of the capstan bars and the handspikes, with the first mate's and captain's agonized cries, had come out, verified the murderers, and then shut himself up in his cabin. He was soon summoned on deck, but as he would not move, the mutineers came down and stood in a circle round his berth. Leon, or Lyons, who spoke English, when asked, said they would spare his life if he would navigate the ship for them to the River Plate or Buenos Ayres. Taffir, the second mate, agreed, but constantly went in fear of his life for the remainder of the voyage. and although the mutineers spared him, they ill-treated the Chinamen and cut one badly with knives. Immediately after the murder, cases of champagne, which formed part of the cargo, were brought on deck and broached. The captain's cabin ransacked, his money and clothes divided amongst the mutineers, as well as much of the merchandise on board. Leon wished to make every one on board share and share alike, so as to implicate the innocent with the guilty. But Vartos, or Watto, the Turk, would not allow any but the 8 mutineers to have anything. The murders were perpetrated on the 10th September, and the ship continued her voyage for nearly 3 weeks, meeting and speaking one ship only. On the 2nd October they sighted land, 10 miles distant. The mutineers took command of the ship, put her about till nightfall, by which time they had scuttled her, got out the boats, and all left the ship. The rest of the crew were also permitted to embark, except the Chinaman, one of whom was thrown into the water and drowned, while the other 2 were left to go down in the ship, and were seen clinging to the tops until the waters closed over them. The boats reached the shore on the 4th October. Leon had prepared a plausible tale to the effect that they belonged to an American ship from Peru, bound to Bordeaux, which had foundered at sea, that they had been in the boats 5 days and nights, but that the captain and the others had been lost. The place at which they landed was not far from the entrance to the River Plate. A farmer took them in for the night, and drove them next day to Rocha, a place north of Maldonado. Tafir, the mate, finding there was a man who could speak English at another place 20 miles off, repaired there secretly, and so gave information to the Brazilian authorities. The mutineers were arrested, the case inquired into by a naval court-martial, and the prisoners eventually surrendered to the British authorities, brought to England, and lodged in Newgate. Their trial followed at the Central Criminal Court. 8 were arraigned at the same time: 6 Spaniards, Leon, Blanco, Durano, Santos, and Marsolino; Vartos the Turk, and Carlos the Greek. 7 were found guilty of murder on the high seas, and 1, Carlos, acquitted. 2 of the 7, Santos and Marsolino, were reprieved, and their sentences commuted to penal servitude for life. The remaining 5 were executed in one batch. They were an abject, miserable crew, cowards at heart, but some, especially Lopez, continued bloodthirsty to the last. Lopez took a violent dislike to the officer of the ward in charge of them, and often expressed a keen desire to do for him. They, none of them, spoke much English except Leon, commonly called Lyons. After condemnation, as the rules now kept capital convicts strictly apart, they could not be lodged in the 2 condemned cells, and they were each kept in an ordinary separate cell of the newly constructed block, with the traps, or square openings, in the cell door let down. A full view of them was thus at all times obtainable by the officers who, without intermission, day and night patrolled the ward. On the morning of execution, the noise of fixing the gallows in the street outside awoke 1 or 2 of them. Lyons asked the time, and was told it was only 5. "Ah," he remarked, "they will have to wait for us then till 8." Lopez was more talkative. When the warder went in to call him, he asked for his clothes. He was told he would have to wear his own. "Not give clothes? In Russia, Italy, always give chaps clothes." Then he wanted to know when the policemen would arrive, and was told none would come. "The soldiers, then?" No soldiers either. "What, you not afraid let us go all by ourselves? Not so in Russia or Spain." The convicts were pinioned one by one, and sent singly out to the gallows. As the first to appear would have some time to wait for his fellows, a difficult and painful ordeal, The seemingly most courageous was selected to lead the way. This was Durano, but the sight of the heaving mass of uplifted, impassioned faces was too much for his nerves, and he so nearly fainted that he had to be seated in a chair. The execution went off without mishap. End of Section 20. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 21 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Volume 2, by Arthur Griffiths. Section 21, Newgate Notorieties, Part 2. In July 1864 occurred the murder of Mr. Briggs, a gentleman advanced in years and chief clerk in Robarts Bank. As the circumstances under which it was perpetrated were somewhat novel, and as some time elapsed before the discovery and apprehension of the supposed murderer, the public mind was greatly agitated by the affair for several months. The story of the murder must be pretty familiar to most of my readers. Mr. Briggs left the bank one afternoon as usual, dined with his daughter at Peckham, then returned to the city to take the train from Fenchurch Street home, travelling by the North London Railway. He lived at Hackney, but he never reached it alive. When the train arrived at Hackney station, a passenger who was about to enter one of the carriages found the cushions soaked with blood. Inside the carriage was a hat, a walking stick, and a small black leather bag. About the same time, a body was discovered on the line near the railway bridge by Victoria Park. It was that of an aged man, whose head had been battered in by a life-preserver. There was a deep wound just over the ear, the skull was fractured, and there were several other blows and wounds on the head. Strange to say, the unfortunate man was not yet dead, and he actually survived more than 24 hours. His identity was established by a bundle of letters in his pocket, which bore his full address: T. Briggs, Esquire, Robarts and Company, Lombard Street. The friends of Mr. Briggs were communicated with, and it was ascertained that when he left home the morning of the murderous attack, he wore gold-rimmed eyeglasses and a gold watch and chain. The stick and bag were his, but not the hat. A desperate and deadly struggle must have taken place in the carriage, and the stain of a bloody hand marked the door. The facts of the murder and its object, robbery, were thus conclusively proved. It was also easily established that the hat found in the carriage had been bought at Walker's, a hatter's in Crawford Street, Marylebone, while within a few days Mr. Briggs's gold chain was traced to a jeweller's in Cheapside, Mr. Death, who had given another in exchange for it to a man supposed to be a foreigner. More precise clues to the murderer were not long wanting. Indeed, the readiness with which they were produced and followed up showed how greatly the publicity and wide dissemination of the news regarding murder facilitate the detection of crime. In little more than a week, a cabman came forward and voluntarily made a statement which at once drew suspicion to a German, Franz Müller, who had been a lodger of his. Müller had given the cabman's little daughter a jeweller's cardboard box bearing the name of Mr. Death. A photograph of Müller, shown the jeweller, was identified as the likeness of the man who had exchanged Mr. Briggs's chain. Last of all, the cabman swore that he had bought the very hat found in the carriage for Müller at the hatter's, Walker's, of Crawford Street. This fixed the crime pretty certainly upon Müller, who had already left the country, thus increasing suspicion under which he lay. There was no mystery about his departure. He had gone to Canada by the Victoria sailing ship, starting from the London docks and bound to New York. Directly the foregoing facts were established, a couple of detective officers, armed with a warrant to arrest Müller, and accompanied by Mr. Death, the jeweller, and the cabman, went down to Liverpool and took the first steamer across the Atlantic. This was the City of Manchester, which was expected to arrive some days before the Victoria, and did so. The officers went on board the Victoria at once. Müller was identified by Mr. Death, and the arrest was made. In searching the prisoner's box, Mr. Briggs's watch was found, wrapped up in a piece of leather, and Müller at the time of his capture was actually wearing Mr. Briggs's hat, cut down and somewhat altered. The prisoner was forthwith extradited and sent back to England, which he reached with his escort on the 17th September the same year. His trial followed at the next sessions of the Central Criminal Court, and ended in his conviction. The case was one of circumstantial evidence, but, as Sir Robert Collyer, the Solicitor General, pointed out, it was the strongest circumstantial evidence which had ever been brought forward in a murder case. It was really evidence of facts which could not be controverted or explained away. There was the prisoner's poverty, his inability to account for himself on the night of the murder, and his possession of the property of the murdered man. An alibi was set up for the defence, but not well substantiated, and the jury without hesitation returned a verdict of guilty. Müller protested after sentence of death had been passed upon him that he had been convicted on a false statement of facts. He adhered to this almost to the very last. His case had been warmly espoused by the Society for the Protection of Germans in this country, and powerful influence was exerted both here and abroad to obtain a reprieve. Müller knew that any confession would ruin his chances of escape. His arguments were specious and evasive when pressed to confess. "Why should man confess to man?" he replied. "Man cannot forgive man, only God can do so. Man is therefore only accountable to God." But on the gallows, when the cap was over his eyes, and the rope had been adjusted round his neck, and within a second of the moment when he would be launched into eternity, he whispered in the ear of the German pastor who attended him on the scaffold, "I did it." While in the condemned cell, he conversed freely with the warders in broken English or through an interpreter. He is described as not a bad-looking man, with a square German type of face, blue eyes which were generally half-closed, and very fair hair. He was short in stature. His legs were light for the upper part of his body, which was powerful, almost Herculean. It is generally supposed that he committed the murder under a sudden access of covetousness and greed. He saw Mr. Briggs's watch chain, and followed him instantly into the carriage, determined to have it at all costs. His crime under this aspect of it was less premeditated and less atrocious, therefore, than that of Lefroy. One other curious murder may be added to the two foregoing. Christian Sattler was, by birth, a German. He had led a wild life, had left his native land, and enlisted first in the French army in Algeria, afterwards in the British-German Legion, raised for the Crimean War. At the disbandment of the force, as he was without resources, he turned his attention to hotel robberies, by which he lived for some years. He at length stole a carpet-bag containing valuables, and fled to Hamburg. Thither he was pursued by a detective officer, Inspector Thane, who, being unable to obtain his extradition legally, had him inveigled on board an English steamer, where the arrest was made. Sattler was ironed for safe custody, a proceeding which he vehemently resented, and begged that they might be removed, as the handcuffs hurt his wrists. The inspector said that they could not be removed till he reached England. This reply of his contained no promise of immediate release. Sattler probably misunderstood, and he declared that the police officer had broken faith with him, having, moreover, stated that, while at sea, the captain of the ship was responsible for the security of the prisoner. As Sattler brooded over his wrongs, his rage got the upper hand, and he resolved to wreak it upon Thane. Although manacled, he managed to get a pistol from his chest and load it. The next time Thane entered his cabin, he fired at him point blank, and lodged 3 bullets in his breast. The unfortunate man survived till he landed, but died in Guy's Hospital. Sattler was tried for murder and convicted, his defence being that he had intended to commit suicide, but that, on the appearance of this officer who had wronged him, he had yielded to an irresistible impulse to kill him. Sattler was a very excitable, although not an ill-tempered man. While in Newgate awaiting trial, he frequently tried to justify his murder by declaring that the police officer had broken faith with him. He would shoot any man or any policeman like a dog, or any number of them who had treated him in that way. His demeanour immediately preceding his execution I have referred to in the last chapter. Several cases of gigantic fraud, rivaling any already recorded, were brought to light between 1856 and 1873. I propose next to describe the leading features of the most important of these. Another case of long-continued successful forgery was brought to light 2 years after the convictions of Saward and his accomplices. This conspiracy was cleverly planned, but had scarcely so many ramifications as that of Saward. Its originators were a couple of men, Wagner and Bateman, who had already been convicted of systematic forgery and sentenced to transportation, but they had been released on ticket of leave in 1856. As a blind for their new frauds, they set up as law stationers in York Buildings, Adelphi, and at once commenced their nefarious traffic. Forged cheques and bills were soon uttered in great numbers, as well as base coin. The police, suspecting the house in York Buildings, put a watch on the premises, which they kept up for more than a year, and thus obtained personal knowledge of all who passed in and out, but without obtaining any direct evidence. At length a man was caught in the act of passing a forged cheque at the Union Bank, and recognized as one of the frequenters of the bogus law stationers. His arrest led to that of others. Among them was a man named Chandler, formerly a bill discounter by profession, who, by degrees, to meet his extravagant expenditure, took to appropriating the bills entrusted to him, and so lost his business, after which he became a clerk to Messrs. Wagner and Bateman. Chandler, while in Newgate, turned informer, and betrayed the whole conspiracy. Besides his employers, a jeweller named Humphreys was in the swim, at whose shop in Red Lion Square was discovered a quantity of base gold and silver coins, with all the latest appliances for coining, including those of electroplating, also a furniture dealer, and 1 or 2 more commonplace rogues. The arch-villain was never taken into custody. He, like Saward, was an artist in penmanship. He was a German named Kerp, 80 years of age, who had spent his whole life in imitating other people's signatures, and had acquired the most consummate skill in the practice. His copies were generally pronounced indistinguishable from and as good as the originals. The aged but wary Kerp, the moment the plot was discovered, vanished, and was never more heard of. Much the same plan was adopted by these forgers as by Saward to get their cheques cashed. They advertised for clerks, and employed the most likely of the applicants by sending them to the bank. It was one of these, Glendinning, who had allowed himself to be utilized for some time in this way, whose capture led to the breaking up of the gang. The principals in this conspiracy, Wagner and Bateman, were sentenced to penal servitude for life, the others to 20 and 10 years. It was stated in evidence that the moneys obtained by these forgeries amounted to £8,000 or £10,000, and that the forged cheques which had been presented but refused amounted to double the sum. Wagner, after conviction, offered to reveal, for a reward of £3,000, a system which had long been in practice of defrauding the exchequer of vast sums by means of forged stamps. His offer was not, however, accepted. A more elaborate plot in many ways, more secretly, more patiently prepared than the preceding, or indeed than any in the calendar, was the case of the forgeries upon the Bank of England, discovered in 1863, but not before the forged paper had been put in circulation for more than a couple of years. In 1861, a man named Burnet came with his wife and took up his residence at Whitchurch, Hampshire, at no great distance from Laverstock, where are Messrs. Portal's mills for the manufacture of bank-note paper. Burnet had only just come out of jail, after completing a sentence of penal servitude. His object in visiting Whitchurch was to undermine the honesty of some workmen in the mills, and he eventually succeeded, his wife making the first overtures, in persuading a lad named Brown to steal some of the bank paper. Brown took several sheets, and then was detected by Brewer, a fellow workman of superior grade, who threatened to betray the theft. But Brewer, either before or after this, succumbed to temptation, and stole paper on a much larger scale than Brown. All that was taken was handed over to Burnet, or a woman in black, whom Brown met by appointment at Waterloo Station. To facilitate his operations, Brewer obtained a false master key from Burnet, which gave him access to all parts of the mills, the packing room included. In this part of the mills, a large quantity of bank-note paper was kept at the period of the robbery, and in the states known as water-leaf and sized, which are the penultimate processes of manufacture. One more remains, that of glazing, without which no paper is issued for engraving. None of the stolen paper was glazed, and this was an important clue to the subsequent discovery of the crime. Sometime in 1862, a large deficiency in the stock of bank paper unglazed was discovered at the mills. Soon afterwards, the inspectors of bank notes at the Bank of England detected the presentation at the bank of spurious notes on genuine paper. The two facts, taken in conjunction, led to the employment of the police and the offer of a reward of £1,500 for the detection of the offenders. By this time Brown alone had stolen 300 or 400 sheets, each containing 2 notes, many of the sheets suitable for engraving any kind of note from £1,000 downwards. The amount of Brewer's abstractions, who was eventually acquitted, was never exactly estimated. Suspicion appears to have rested on Brown, who had left Laverstock, and he was soon approached by the police. Almost directly he was questioned, he made a clean breast of the whole affair. The next step was to take the principals, and under such circumstances as would ensure their conviction. A watch was set on Burnet, who was followed to the shop of one Buncher, a butcher in Strutton Ground. Buncher was then tracked to North Kent Terrace, New Cross, where a Mr. and Mrs. Campbell resided, with whom he did business in exchanging the false notes. The police officers now taxed Mrs. Campbell with complicity and frightened her into collusion. With her assistance on a certain day, a couple of bricks were taken out of the wall dividing her front and back parlours. The officers ensconced themselves in the latter and waited for Buncher's expected visit. He came to complete a sale of forged notes, and he wanted a couple of £100 for what he had. Mrs. Campbell offered him less, and there was an altercation. in the course of which Buncher became very violent, and at length, after using much intemperate language, he left the place in a huff. In the course of his remarks, however, he said, "I am the man that has got all the bank paper. I have £30,000 now, and the Bank of England cannot stop it." This was all the police wanted to know. They next watched Buncher, and found that he paid frequent visits to Birmingham. They also discovered that through the intermediacy of one Robert Cummings, well known as a reputed coiner, he had been introduced to a man named Griffiths, an engraver and copperplate printer. Griffiths was an unusually clever and skilful workman, who had devoted all his talent and all his energies for some 17 years to the fabrication of false banknotes. On a certain day, the 27th October, 1862, the two were arrested simultaneously, Buncher in London and Griffiths in Birmingham. Nothing was found in Buncher's premises in Stretton Ground, which were thoroughly searched, but proofs of Griffiths' guilt were at once apparent on entering his workroom. In one corner was a printing press actually in use, and on it were 21 forged Bank of England notes without date or signature. On the bed were 20 forged £10 notes, complete and ready for use, and 25 £5 notes. Mother plates for engraving the body of the notes lay about, and other plates for various processes. More than this, Griffiths took the police to a field, where in a bank a number of other plates were secreted. Griffiths afterwards admitted that he had been employed in defrauding the bank since 1846, and the prominent part he played secured for him on conviction the heaviest sentence of the law. This was penal servitude for life, Buncher's sentence being 25 and Burnet's 20 years. Cummings, who had introduced Buncher to Griffiths, was also tried for being in possession of stolen bank paper for improper purposes, but as there was no independent corroboration of the informer's evidence, according to the custom of the British law, the case was considered not proved, and he was acquitted. On his return to Newgate to be finally discharged, Cummings jumped up the stairs and fairly danced for joy, but he was not long at large. He was too active an evildoer, and was perpetually in trouble. Commencing life as a resurrection man, when that trade failed through the change in the law, and no more bodies were to be bought, he devoted his energies to coining and forgery, and in the latter line was a friend and associate of Saward's. One narrow escape he had, however, before he abandoned his old business. A Bow Street officer saw him leaving London in the evening by Camberwell Green, accompanied by 2 other men. It was well known that they were resurrectionists, and a strict watch was kept at all the turnpike gates on the southern roads leading into London. An officer was placed for this purpose at New Cross, Camberwell, and Kennington gates. Presently old Bob drove up to Camberwell Gate in the same cart in which he had been seen to start. The officers rushed out to detain him. "What have you got here? We must search the cart," they cry. "By all means," replies Bob, and a close investigation follows, without any detection of the corpse concealed. Bob was therefore allowed to pass on, but they had the body all the same. It had been dressed up in decent clothes and made to stand upright in the cart. With the police officers it had passed muster as a living member of the party. Cummings was repeatedly run in for the offence of coining and uttering bad money, whether coin or notes. His regular trade, followed before he took to the life of resurrectionist, was that of an engraver. He was a notorious criminal, an habitual offender in his own particular line, one who would stick at no trifles to evade detection or escape capture. It is told of Bob Brennan, an official specially employed for years by the Mint to watch and prosecute coiners, that he received information that coining was carried on by Cummings and others at a place in Westminster. He went there with a posse of officers and forced his way upstairs to the first floor, where the coiners, unexpectedly disturbed, fell an easy prey. But the police nearly paid the penalty of capture with their lives. Proceeding cautiously down the stairs, they found that the flooring at the bottom had been taken up. Where it had lain was a yawning gulf or trap sufficient to do for the whole body of police engaged in the capture. Cummings was caught shortly afterwards. He was a tall, slender man, with a long face and iron-grey hair. The community of coiners of which he was so notorious a member were a low lot, the lowest among criminals, except perhaps the smashers or those who passed the counterfeit money. It was not easy to detect coiners, or bring home their guilt to them. Those who manufactured and those who passed had no direct dealings with each other. The false coin was bought by an agent from an agent, and dealings were carried on secretly at the Clock House in 7 Dials. The annals of fraudulent crime probably contain nothing which in dramatic interest can compare with the conviction of William Ruppel for forgery. As the case must still be well remembered by the present generation, it will be necessary to give here only the briefest summary. William Ruppel was the eldest but illegitimate son of a wealthy man who subsequently married Ruppel's mother, and had further legitimate issue. William was brought up as an attorney, and became in due course his father's man of business. As such, he had pretty general control over his father's estates and affairs. In 1855 he instructed certain solicitors to prepare a deed of gift as from his father, conveying to him estates near Kingston. The old gentleman's signature to this deed of gift was a forgery, but upon this forged and false conveyance William Ruppel, who had already embarked upon a career of wild extravagance, obtained a mortgage of £7,000. In 1856 the father died. It had been supposed up to this date that he had willed his property, amounting in all to upwards of £200,000. But after the funeral, William Ruppel produced another and a later will, leaving everything to the widow, and constituting William sole executor. This will was a deliberate forgery. 5 or 6 years later, William Ruppel minutely described how he had effected the fraud. The day his father died, he got the keys of his private bureau, opened it, and took out the authentic will. After reading it and finding this unfavourable to himself, he resolved to carry out his deliberate plan, namely, to suppress it and substitute another. He himself prepared it on a blank form which he had brought with him on purpose. To this fraudulent instrument he appended forged signatures, and in due course obtained probate. As he possessed nearly unbounded influence over his mother, her accession to the property meant that William could dispose of it as he pleased. He embarked forthwith in a career of the wildest extravagance, and ere long he had parted in his mother's name with most of the landed estates. One large item of his expenditure was a contested election at Lambeth, which he gained at a cost of £10,000. No fortune could stand the inroads he made into his mother's money, and in 1862 he was obliged to fly the country, hopelessly and irretrievably ruined. His disappearance gave colour and substance to evil reports already in circulation that the will and conveyance above referred to were fictitious documents. His next brother, who should have inherited under the authentic will, forthwith brought an ejectment on the possessor of lands purchased on the authority of the forged conveyance and will. The case was tried at Guildford Assizes, and caused intense excitement, the hardship to the holders of these lands being plain should the allegations of invalidity be made good. The effect of establishing the forgeries would be to restore to the Ruppel family lands for which a price had already been paid in all good faith to another, but a criminal, member of the family. At first the case was contested hotly, but to the profound astonishment of everyone inside and outside the court, William Ruppel himself was brought as a principal witness to clench the case by a confession altogether against himself. He told his story with perfect coolness and self-possession, but in a grave and serious tone. Every word he uttered was said with consideration and sometimes with a long pause, but at the same time with an air of the most entire truthfulness and candour. He confessed himself a perjurer in having sworn to the false will, and a wholesale forger, having manufactured no less than 10 false signatures to deeds involving on the whole some £350,000. For these crimes William Ruppel was tried at the Central Criminal Court on the 24th September, 1862. He declined to plead, but a plea of not guilty was recorded. The case was easily and rapidly disposed of. Ruppel made a long statement, more in exculpation than in his defence. He complained that he had at first been the dupe of others, and admitted that he had too readily fallen astray. But while repudiating the charges made against him of systematic extravagance and immorality, he confessed that his whole life had been a gigantic mistake, and he was ready to make what atonement he could. Mr. Justice Byles, in passing sentence, commented severely upon the commission of such crimes by a man in Ruppel's position in life, and passed the heaviest sentence of the law, transportation for life. Ruppel received the announcement with a cheerful countenance, and left the dock with evident satisfaction and relief at the termination of a most painful ordeal. Ruppel was quiet and submissive while in Newgate, unassuming in manner, and ready to make the best of his position. He carried this character with him into penal servitude, and after enduring the full severity of his punishment for several years, was at length advanced to the comparative ease of a post much coveted by convicts, that of hospital nurse. His uniform good conduct gained him release from Portland on ticket of leave in 1882, just 20 years after his conviction. A daring and cleverly planned robbery of diamonds was that of the Tarpies, man and wife, from an assistant of Loudon and Ryder's, the jewellers in Bond Street. The trick was an old one. The assistant called with the jewels on approbation at a house specially hired for the purpose in the West End, and was rendered insensible by chloroform, after which he was bound, and the precious stones stolen. Mrs. Tarpey was almost immediately captured and put on her trial, but she was acquitted on the plea that she had acted under the coercion of her husband. Tarpey was caught through his wife, who was followed, disguised, and with her hair dyed black, to a house in the Marylebone Road, where she met her husband. On Tarpey's defence, it was stated that the idea of the theft had been suggested to him by a novel, at a time he had lost largely on the turf. The first plot was against Mr. Harry Emmanuel, but he escaped, and the attempt was made upon Loudon and Ryder. The last great case of fraud upon the Bank of England will fitly close this branch of the criminal records of Newgate. This was the well and astutely devised plot of the brothers Bidwell, assisted by Macdonnell and Noyes, all of them citizens of the United States, by which the bank lost upwards of £100,000. The commercial experience of these clever rogues was cosmopolitan. Their operations were no less world-wide. In 1871 they crossed the Atlantic, and by means of forged letters of credit and introduction from London obtained large sums from continental banks in Berlin, Dresden, Bordeaux, Marseilles, and Lyons. With this as capital, they came back to England via Buenos Aires, and Austin Bidwell opened a bona fide credit in the Burlington or West End branch of the Bank of England, to which he was introduced by a well-known tailor in Savile Row. After this, the other conspirators travelled to obtain genuine bills and master the system of the leading houses at home and abroad. When all was ready, Bidwell first refreshed his credit at the Bank of England, as well as disarmed suspicion by paying in a genuine bill of Messrs. Rothschild's for £4,500, which was duly discounted. Then he explained to the bank manager that his transactions at Birmingham would shortly be very large, owing to the development of his business there in the alleged manufacture of Pullman cars. The ground thus cleared, the forgers poured in from Birmingham numbers of forged acceptances, all of which were discounted to the value of £102,217. The fraud was rendered possible by the absence of a check usual in the United States. There, such bills would be sent to the drawer to be initialed, and the forgery would have been at once detected. It was the discovery of this flaw in the banking system which had encouraged the Americans to attempt this crime. Time was clearly an important factor in the fraud, hence the bills were sent forward in quick succession. Long before they came to maturity, the forgers hoped to be well beyond arrest. They had, moreover, sought to destroy all clue. The sums obtained by Bidwell in the name of Warren at the Bank of England were lodged at once by drafts to Horton, another alias, in the Continental Bank. For these cash was obtained in notes. The notes were exchanged by one of the conspirators for gold at the Bank of England, and again, the same day, a second conspirator exchanged the gold for notes. But just as all promised well, the frauds were detected through the carelessness of the forgers. They had omitted to insert the dates in certain bills. The bills were sent as a matter of form to the drawer to have the date added, and the forgery was at once detected. Noyes was seized without difficulty, as it was a part of the scheme that he should act as the dupe, and remain on the spot in London till all the money was obtained. Through Noyes, the rest of the conspirators were eventually apprehended. Very little, if any, of the ill-gotten proceeds, however, was ever recovered. Large sums, as they were realized, were transmitted to the United States and invested in various American securities, where probably the money still remains. The prisoners who were committed to Newgate for trial had undoubtedly the command of large funds while there, and would have readily dispersed it to effect their enlargement. A plot was soon discovered, deep laid, and with many ramifications, by which some of the Newgate warders were to be bribed to allow the prisoners to escape from their cells at night. Certain friends of the prisoners were watched and found to be in communication with these warders, to whom it was said £100 apiece had been given down as the price of their infidelity. Further sums were to have been paid after the escape, and one warder admitted that he was to have £1,000 more paid to him, and to be provided with a passage to Australia. The vigilance of the Newgate officials, assisted by the city police, completely frustrated this plot. A second was nevertheless set on foot, in which the plan of action was changed, and the freedom of the prisoners was to be obtained by means of a rescue from the dock during the trial. An increase of policemen on duty sufficed to prevent any attempt of this kind. Nor were these two abortive efforts all that were planned. A year or two after, When the prisoners were undergoing their life sentences of penal servitude, much uneasiness was caused at one of the convict prisons by information that bribery on a large scale was again at work amongst the officials. But extra precautions and close supervision have so far proved effectual, and the prisoners are still in custody after a lapse of 10 years. I propose to end at this point the detailed account of the more prominent criminal cases which lodged their perpetrators in Newgate. The most recent affairs are still too fresh in the public mind to need more than a passing reference. Few of the Newgate notorieties of late years show any marked peculiarities. Their crimes follow in the lines of others already found, and often more than once, in the calendars. Violent passions, too easily aroused, prompted the Frenchwoman Marguerite d'Aix-Blanc to murder her mistress, Madame Riel, in Park Lane, as Courvoisier, the Swiss, had been tempted to murder Lord William Russell. Greed in the latter case was a secondary motive. It was the principal incentive with Kate Webster, that fierce and brutal female savage who took the life of her mistress at Richmond. Webster, it may be mentioned here, was one of the worst prisoners ever remembered in Newgate, most violent in temper, and addicted to the most frightful language. Webster's devices for disposing of the body of her victim will call to mind those of Theodore Gardell, of Good and Greenacre and Catherine Hayes. Greed in another form led the Stauntons to make away with Mrs. Patrick Staunton, murdering her with devilish cruelty by slow degrees. The judge, Sir Henry Hawkins, in passing sentence, characterized this as a crime more black and hideous than any in the criminal annals of the country. But it was scarcely worse than that of Mrs. Brownrigg, or that of the Meteyards, both of whom did their helpless apprentices to death. It was to effect the rupture of an irksome tie that led Henry Wainwright to murder Harriet Lane deliberately and in cold blood. In this case the tie was unsanctified, but it was not more inconvenient than that which urged Greenacre to a similar crime. In cold-blooded premeditation it rivaled that of the Mannings. As in that case, the grave had been dug long in anticipation, and the chloride of lime purchased to destroy the corpse. Henry Wainwright's attempt to get rid of the body was ingenious, but not original, and the circumstances which led to detection were scarcely novel proofs of the old adage that murder will out. Henry Wainwright's impassioned denial of his crime, even after it had been brought fully home to him, has many parallels in the criminal records. His disclaimer, distinct and detailed on every point, was intended simply for effect. He might swear he was not the murderer, that he never fired a pistol in his life, and that in spite of the verdict of the jury he left the dock with a calm and quiet conscience. But there was no doubt of his guilt, as the Lord Chief Justice told him, while expressing great regret at his rash assertion. Wainwright's demeanour after sentence has been described in the last chapter. Doubts were long entertained whether Thomas Wainwright, who was convicted as an accessory after the fact, had not really taken an active part in the murder. But a conversation overheard between the two brothers in Newgate satisfactorily exonerated Thomas Wainwright. Poisoning has still its victims. Christina Edmonds had resort to strychnia, the same lethal drug that Palmer used, her object being first to dispose of the wife of a man for whom she had conceived a guilty passion, then to divert suspicion from herself by throwing it on a confectioner whose sweetmeats she bought, tampered with, and returned to the shop. The trial of Miss Edmonds was transferred to the Central Criminal Court, under Lord Campbell's Act already referred to. She was found guilty. It will be remembered that she made a statement which led to the impanelling of a jury of matrons, who decided that there was no cause for an arrest of judgment. Kate Webster followed the same course, but these pleas of pregnancy are not common nowadays. Although sentence of death was passed on Edmonds, it was commuted to penal servitude for life, but she eventually passed into Broadmoor Lunatic Asylum, where she busies herself with water-colour drawing. The still more recent cases of poisoning which have occurred were not connected with Newgate. The mysterious Bravo case, that of Dr. Lamson, and that of Kate Dover unhappily show that society is more than ever at the mercy of the insidious and unscrupulous administration of poisonous drugs. A case reproducing many of the features of the Flowery Land occurred 12 years later, when the crew of the Lenny mutinied, murdered the captain and mates, sparing the steward only on condition that he would navigate the ship to the Mediterranean. The mutineers were of the same stamp as the crew of the Flowery Land, foreigners, vindictive, reckless, and truculent ruffians, easily moved to murderous rage. The Lenny's men were all Greeks, except one known as French Peter, who was the ringleader, and who had long been an habitual criminal, a reputed murderer, and certainly an inmate more than once of a French bagne. Conviction was obtained through the evidence of the steward and two of the least culpable of the crew. In Newgate the Lenny mutineers were extremely well behaved. Resolute, determined-looking men, their courage broke down in confinement. They paid close attention to the counsels of the Archimandrite, and died quite penitent. A story is told of one of them, Big Harry, the wildest and most cut-throat-looking of the lot, which proves that he could be grateful for kindness, and was not all bad. He had steadfastly refused to eat meat on some religion's scruples, and for the same reason would not touch soup. He was glad, therefore, to get an extra allowance of bread, and to show his gratitude to the warder who procured this privilege for him, he made him a present. It was his own handiwork, a bird pecking at a flower, the whole manufactured, while in the condemned cell, of the crumb of bread made into paste. The flower had berries also of bread, fixed on stems made from the fibre drawn from the stuffing of his mattress, and the bird's legs were a couple of teeth broken off the prisoner's comb. Of the lesser criminals, forgers, thieves, swindlers, Newgate continued to receive its full share up to the last. But there were few cases so remarkable as the great ones already recorded. Mr. Bamel Oakley made a rich harvest for a time, and was said at the time of his trial to have obtained as much as £40,000 by false and fraudulent pretences. Messrs. Swindlehurst, Saffery, and Langley cleared a large profit by swindling the Artisans' Dwelling Company, and Madame Rachel passed through Newgate on her way to Millbank, convicted of obtaining jewellery under the false pretence of making silly women beautiful for ever. The greatest cause célèbre, however, of recent times were the turf frauds by which the Comtesse de Goncourt was swindled out of large sums in sham sporting speculations. The conviction of the principals in this nefarious transaction, Benson, the two Kerrs, Bale, and Murray, led to strange revelations of dishonest practices amongst the detective police, and was followed by the arraignment and conviction in their turn of Michael John, Druskovich, Palmer, and Froggatt. End of section 21. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 22 of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2 by Arthur Griffiths, Section 22, Newgate Reformed. The time at length approached when a radical and complete change was to come over the old city jail. It was impossible for Newgate to escape forever the influences pressing so strongly towards prison reform. Elsewhere the spirit had been more or less active, although not uniformly or always to the same extent. There had been a pause in legislation, except of a permissive kind. The second and third Victoria, Cap 56, laid it down that individuals might be confined separately and apart in single cells. By other acts, local authorities were empowered to construct new jails or hire accommodation in the district, but no steps had been taken in Parliament to enforce a better system of discipline or to insist upon the construction of prisons on the most approved plan. As regards the first, however, Sir James Graham, when Home Secretary in 1843, had appointed a committee of prison inspectors, presided over by the Under-Secretary of State, to draw up rules and dietaries, which were then recommended to and generally adopted by the visiting justices all over the kingdom. As regards the second, the government had set a good example, and in deciding upon the erection of Pentonville Prison, had embarked on a considerable expenditure in order to provide a model prison for general imitation. The first stone of Pentonville Prison was laid on the 10th April 1840 by the Marquis of Normanby, then Home Secretary, and the prison, which contained 520 cells, was occupied on the 21st December 1842. This building was a costly affair. The site was uneven and had to be leveled. Moreover, the gross expenditure was increased partly from its being considered necessary, as it was a national prison, to make a great archway and to make the character of it more imposing than if it had been situated in the country and had been an ordinary prison. Up to the 21st December 1842, with the additions made to that date, the total expenditure amounted to nearly £90,000, or about £180 per cell. On the other hand, it must be admitted that this was an experimental construction, and that too strict a limitation of outlay would have militated seriously against the usefulness of the building. Nor must it be overlooked that this, the first model prison, although obtained at a considerable cost, became actually what its name implied. Pentonville has really been the model on which all subsequent prison construction has been based. All prisons, at home and abroad, are but variations, of course with the added improvements following longer experience, of the pattern originated by the architectural genius of Sir Joshua Jebb. The internal arrangements of the new model were carefully supervised by a body of distinguished men, among which were many peers, Lord John Russell, Mr. Shaw Lefevre, the Speaker of the House of Commons, Sir Benjamin Brodie, Major Jebb, R.E., and the two prison inspectors, Messrs. Crawford and Russell, with whose names the reader is already familiar. Major, afterwards Sir Joshua Jebb, was the moving spirit among these commissioners, and he is now generally recognized as the originator of modern prison architecture. The movement thus laudably initiated by the government soon spread to the provinces. Some jurisdictions, greatly to their credit, strove at once to follow the lead of the central authority. Within half a dozen years, no less than 54 new prisons were built on the Pentonville plan, others were in progress, and the total number of separate cells provided amounted to 11,000 odd. This list included Wakefield, Leeds, Kirkdale, Manchester, Birmingham, and Dublin. Liverpool was building a new prison with 1,000 cells, the county of Surrey one with 700. The cost in each varied considerably, the general average being from £120 to £130 per cell. At Pentonville the rate was higher, but there the expense had been increased by the site, the difficulty of access, and the admitted necessity of giving architectural importance to this, the national model prison. Other jurisdictions were less prompt to recognize their responsibilities, the City of London among the number, as I shall presently show at length. These were either satisfied with a makeshift and modified existing buildings without close regard to their suitability, or for a long time did nothing at all. Among the latter were notably the counties of Cheshire, Lincolnshire, Norfolk, Suffolk, Nottinghamshire, the East and North Ridings of Yorkshire. The south and west of England were also very laggard, and many years were still to elapse before the prisons in these parts were properly reconstituted. Not less remarkable than this diverse interpretation of a manifest duty was the variety of views as regards the discipline to be introduced in these new prisons. The time was one when thoughtful people who concerned themselves closely with social questions were greatly exercised as to the best system of treating the inmates of a jail. A new and still imperfectly understood science had arisen, the principles of which were debated by disputants of widely opposite opinions, with an earnestness that sometimes bordered upon acrimony. One school were strongly in favor of the continuous separation of prisoners, the other supported the theory of labor in association, but under a stringent rule of silence, with isolation only at night. Both systems came to us from the United States. The difference was really more in degree than in principle, and our modern practice has prudently tried to steer between the two extremes, accepting as the best system a judicious combination of both. But about 1850 the two sides were distinctly hostile, and the controversy ran high. High authorities were in favor of continuous separation. Colonel Jebb preferred it. Messrs. Crawford and Whitworth Russell were convinced that the complete isolation of criminals from one another was the true basis of a sound system of prison discipline. Prison chaplains of experience and high repute, such as Messrs. Field, Clay, Kingsmill, Burt, and Osborne, also advocated it. It was claimed for it that it was more deterrent, that in districts where it was the rule, evildoers especially dreaded coming under its irksome conditions. Another argument was that it afforded more hope of the reformation of criminals. The system of associated labor in silence had also its warm supporters, who maintained that under this system prisoners were more industrious and more healthy, that their condition was more natural, and approximated more nearly to that of daily life. Better industrial results were obtained from it, and instruction in trades was easier, and prisoners were more likely to leave jail with the means of earning an honest livelihood if so disposed. The opposing champions were not slow to find faults and flaws in the system they condemned. Separation was injurious to health, mental or physical, said one side. Men broke down when subjected to it for more than a certain period, and it was unsafe to fix this limit above 12 months, although some rash advocates were in favor of 18 months, some indeed of 2 years. The other side retorted that the system of associated labor was most costly, so many officers being required to maintain the discipline of silence. Moreover, it was nearly impossible to prevent communication and mutual contamination. It is scarcely necessary to follow the controversy further. I have only introduced the subject as showing how little as yet the state was impressed with the necessity for authoritative interference. The legislature was content to let local jurisdictions experimentalize for themselves, with the strange, anomalous result that a thief or other criminal might be quite differently treated according as he was incarcerated on one side or another of a border line. This variety was often extended to all branches of prison economy. There was an absolute want of uniformity in dietaries. In some prisons it was too liberal, in others too low. The amount of exercise varied from 1 to 2 hours daily to half the working day. The cells inhabited by prisoners were of very varying dimensions. Some were not sufficiently ventilated, others were warmed artificially and were unwholesomely close. The use of gas or some other means of lighting might be adopted, but more often was dispensed with. In a great number of prisons no provision was made for the education of prisoners. In some others there was a sufficient staff of schoolmasters and instructors. The discipline also varied greatly, from the severely penal to the culpably lax. The greatest pains might be taken to secure isolation. The prisoners might be supervised and watched at every step, and made liable to punishment for a trifling breach of an irksome code of regulations, or they might herd together, or communicate freely as in the old worst days. They might see each other when they liked, and converse sotto voce, or make signs, or the chances of recognizing or being recognized were reduced to a minimum by the use of a mask. There was no general rule of employment. Hard labor was often not insisted upon in separate confinement. Sometimes it embraced the tread wheel, or the newly invented instruments known as cranks, which ground air. The alternative between labor or idleness, or the selection of the form of labor, were mere matters of chance, and decided according to the views of the local magistracy. They were approved of and employed at some prisons, at others objected to because they were unproductive, and because the machine was often so imperfect that the amount of effort could not be exactly regulated. Opinions differed greatly with regard to the tread wheel. Some authorities advocated it as a very severe and irksome punishment, which was yet under full control, and might be made to work corn mills or prove otherwise productive. Other authorities as strongly condemned it as brutalizing, unequal in its operation, and altogether a deplorable invention. The want of uniformity in prison discipline became ere long an acknowledged evil, pressing for some remedy, and the question was once more taken up in the House of Commons. In 1849 Mr. Charles Pearson, MP, moved for a committee to report upon the best means of securing some uniform system which should be punitive, reformatory, and self-supporting. But the session was far advanced, and the matter was relegated to the following year. In 1850 Sir George Grey brought forward a new motion to the same effect, which was promptly carried, with the additional instruction to the committee to suggest any improvements. The latter had reference more especially to a proposal emanating from Mr. Charles Pearson himself. That gentleman had come to the conclusion that the ordinary and hackneyed methods of treatment were practically inefficacious, and that a new system of prison discipline should be introduced. His plan was to devote the whole labor of prisoners sentenced to any term between 3 months and 4 years to agriculture. District prisons were to be established for this purpose, each of which would be in the heart of a farm of 1,000 acres. The prisoners were to cultivate the land and raise sufficient produce for their own support. Mr. Pearson backed up his recommendations by many sound arguments. Field labor, he urged, and with reason, was a very suitable employment, healthful, easily learnt, and well adapted to the circumstances of unskilled laborers. Such excellent returns might be counted upon that a margin of profit would be left after the cost of the prisons had been defrayed. The scheme was no doubt fascinating and in many respects feasible, but Mr. Pearson overlooked some points in which a more practical mind would have foreseen difficulty and perhaps forecasted failure. In his proposal he dwelt much upon the humanizing effects of healthful open-air toil, anticipating the best results from a system which made earnings, and indeed release, dependent upon the amount of work done. That industry might thus be stimulated and encouraged was probable enough, and later experience has fully proved the advantage of a judicious system of gratuities for labor. But Mr. Pearson hardly considered the converse sufficiently, and omitted the fact that he might have to deal with that persistent idleness which is not an unknown characteristic of the criminal class. The hope of reward might do much, but no system of penal discipline is complete unless it can also count upon the fear of punishment. Mr. Pearson seems to have taken for granted that all prisoners would behave well in his district prisons. On that account he made no provision to ensure safe custody, thinking perhaps that prisoners so well disposed would cheerfully remain in jail of their own accord. But an open farm of 1,000 acres would have offered abundant chances of escape, which some at least would have attempted, probably with success. The creation of an expensive staff for supervision, or the still more costly process of walling in the whole farm, would have greatly added to the charges of these establishments. I have lingered too long, perhaps, over Mr. Pearson's proposal, but some reference was indispensable to a scheme which marked the growth of public interest in prison affairs, and which was the germ of the new system since admirably developed in the convict prisons of this country. Mr. Pearson and the Committee of 1850 have the more claim on our consideration because, in the inquiry which followed, attention was again attracted to Newgate. The condition of that prison in 1850 may be gathered from the pages of the report. Not much had been done to remedy the old defects. Radical improvement was generally considered impossible. The great evil, however, had been sensibly diminished. There was no longer, or at worst but rarely, and for short periods, the same overcrowding. This was obviated by the frequent sessions of the Central Criminal Court, and the utilization of the 2 subsidiary prisons in Giltspur Street and Southwark. The prison population of Newgate was still subject to great fluctuations, but it seldom rose above 250 or 300 at the most crowded periods, or just before the sessional jail delivery, and at its lowest it fell sometimes to 50 or 60. These numbers would have still further decreased, and the jail would have been almost empty but for the misdemeanants who were still sent to Newgate, at times on long terms of imprisonment, and for the transports, whom the Home Office were often, as of old, slow to remove. The old wards, day rooms and sleeping rooms combined, of which the reader has already heard so much, now seldom contained more than 10 or a dozen each. Some sort of decorum was maintained among the occupants in the daytime. Drinking and gaming, the indiscriminate visitation of friends, and the almost unlimited admission of extra food, these more glaring defects had disappeared. But reformation was only skin deep. Below the surface many of the old evils still rankled. There was as yet no control over the prisoners after locking up time. This occurred in summer at 8, but in the winter months it took place at dusk, and was often as early as 4 or 5. The prisoners were still left to themselves till next morning's unlocking, and they spent some 14 or 15 hours in total darkness and almost without check or control. Captain Williams, who was the inspector of prisons for the home district in succession to Messrs. Crawford and Russell, stated in evidence that he was visiting Newgate one night when he heard a great disturbance in one of the day and sleeping rooms, and on entering it found the prisoners engaged in kicking bundles of wood from one end of the ward to the other. Some attempt at supervision was exercised by the night watchman stationed on the leads, who might hear what went on inside. If any disturbance reached his ears, he reported the case to the governor, who next morning visited the ward in fault and asked for the culprit. The enforcement of discipline depended upon the want of honor among thieves. Unless the guilty prisoner was given up, the whole ward was punished, either by the exclusion of visitors or the deprivation of fire, sharp tests which generally broke down the fidelity of the inmates of the ward to one another. Later on, a more efficacious but still imperfect method of supervision was introduced. Iron cages, which are still to be seen in Newgate, were constructed on the landings, ensconced in which warders spent the night on duty, and alert to watch the sleepers below, and check by remonstrance or threat of punishment all who broke the peace of the prison. These disciplinary improvements were, however, only slowly and gradually introduced. Other changes affecting the condition and proper treatment of prisoners were not made until the inspector had urged and recommended them. Thus the wards, which, as I have said, were left in complete darkness, were now to be lighted with gas, and, after this most salutary addition, the personal superintendence of night officers, as already described, became possible. The rule became general as regards the prison dress. Hitherto clothing had been issued only to such as were destitute or in rags, and all classes of prisoners, those for trial and those sentenced for short terms or long, wore no distinguishing costume, although its use was admitted not only for cleanliness, but as a badge of condition and a security against escape. Renewed recommendations to provide employment resulted in the provision of a certain amount of oakum for picking, and 1 or 2 men were allowed to mend clothes and make shoes. The rules made by the Secretary of State were hung up in conspicuous parts of the prison. More officers were appointed, as the time of so many of those already on the staff was monopolized by attendance at the Central Criminal Court. Another custom which had led to disorder was abolished. Prisoners who had been acquitted were not permitted to return to the prison to show their joy and receive the congratulations of their unfortunate fellows. The corporation seems to have introduced these salutary changes without hesitation. It was less prompt, apparently, in dealing with structural alterations and improvements. Well-founded complaints had been made of the want of heating appliances in the jail. The wards had open fires, but the separate cells were not warmed at all. A scheme for heating the whole prison with hot water pipes, after the system now generally adopted elsewhere, was considered and abandoned because of the expense. As to the entire reconstruction of Newgate, nothing had been done as yet. This, with a scheme for limiting the jail to untried prisoners, had been urgently recommended by Lord John Russell in 1830. His letter to the corporation, under date 4th June, is an interesting document, and shows that even at that date the government contemplated the erection of a model prison. Lord John Russell, commenting upon the offer of the corporation to improve Newgate, provided it was henceforth used only for untried prisoners, suggested that Newgate should be entirely reconstructed, and the new building adopted as a model. The corporation had agreed to spend £20,000 on alterations, but £60,000 would suffice to reconstruct. Lord John, with great fairness, admitted that the whole of this burthen could not be imposed upon the city, seeing that since the establishment of the Central Criminal Court, Newgate received prisoners for trial from several counties, and he was therefore prepared to submit to Parliament a proposal that half the cost of reconstruction should be borne by public funds. He forwarded plans prepared by the inspectors of prisons, not for blind adoption, but as a guide. This plan was on the principle of cellular separation, a system, according to Lord John Russell, desirable in all prisons, but in a metropolitan prison absolutely essential. The corporation in reply demurred rather to accepting strict separation as a rule, feeling that it approached too nearly to solitary confinement. The court was, however, prepared to consider Lord John Russell's proposal with regard to the cost of rebuilding, but as the plan was confessedly experimental for the benefit of the country generally, the amount for which the city should be responsible should be distinctly limited not to exceed a certain sum to be agreed upon. A proviso was also made that the magistrates should continue to exercise full control over the new jail, free from any other interference than that of the inspectors on the part of the government. No doubt wiser counsels prevailed with Lord John Russell, and on a more mature consideration he realized that the limited area of the existing Newgate site and the costliness of enlarging it forbade all idea of entirely reconstructing the jail so as to constitute it a model prison. It would be far better to begin at the beginning, to select a sufficiently spacious piece of ground, and erect a prison which, from foundations to roofs, should be in conformity with the newest ideas. The preference given to the Pentonville system destroyed all hopes of a complete reformation of Newgate. But the condition of the great city jail was evidently considered a reproach by the city authorities, and a year after the opening of the new model at Pentonville, a serious effort was made to reconstruct Newgate. In 1845, the jail committee brought forward a definite proposal to purchase ground in the immediate vicinity for the erection of a new jail. This jail was nominally to replace the Giltspur Street Compter, the site of which was to be sold to Christ's Hospital, but the intention was, of course, to embody and absorb old Newgate in the new construction. The proposal made was to purchase some 50,000 square feet between Newgate, Warwick Lane, and the Sessions House, the situation having been proved by long experience to be salubrious. But when this suggestion was brought before the Court of Aldermen, various amendments were proposed. It was urged that the area selected for purchase must be excessively costly to acquire, and still quite inadequate for the city needs. The Home Secretary had laid it down that at least 5 acres would be indispensable, and such an area it was impossible to obtain within the limits of the city. Now, for the first time, the Tufnell estate in Holloway was mentioned. The corporation owned lands there covering from 19 to 20 acres. Why not move the city prison bodily into this more rural spot, with its purer air and greater breathing space? Eventually, Holloway was decided upon as a site for the new city prison. The necessary preliminaries took some time, but the contracts for the new building were completed in 1849, when the works were commenced. The prison was to contain 404 prisoners, and the estimated expenditure was £79,000. It was to accommodate only the convicted prisoners sentenced to terms short of penal servitude, and after its completion the uses of Newgate were narrowed almost entirely to those of a prison of detention. It was intended as far as possible that, except awaiting trial, no prisoner should find himself relegated to Newgate. This principle became more and more generally the rule, although it has never been punctiliously observed. Now and again misdemeanants have found their way into Newgate, and within the last few years one offender against the privileges of the House of Commons. With the reduction of numbers to be accommodated, there was ample space in Newgate for its reconstruction on the most approved modern lines. In 1857, the erection of a wing or large block of cells was commenced within the original walls of the prison and upon the north or male side. This block contained 130 cells, embracing every modern improvement. It also contained 11 reception cells, 6 punishment cells, and a couple of cells for condemned criminals. This block was completed in 1859, after which the hitherto unavoidable and long-continued promiscuous association of prisoners came to an end. In 1861, a similar work was undertaken to provide separate cellular accommodation for the female inmates of Newgate, and by the following year 47 new cells had been built on the most approved plan. During this reconstruction, the female prisoners were lodged in Holloway, and when it was completed, both sides of the prison were brought into harmony with modern ideas. The old buildings were entirely disused, and the whole of the inmates of Newgate were kept constantly in separate confinement. With the last re-edification of Newgate, a work executed some 7 centuries after the first stone of the old jail was laid, the architectural records of the prison end. Nothing much was done at Newgate in the way of building, outside or in, after 1862. The Act for private executions led to the erection of the gallows shed in the exercising yard, and at the flank of the passage from the condemned cells. The first glass house, or room in which prisoners could talk in private with their attorneys, but yet be seen by the warder on the watch, had been constructed, and others were subsequently added. But no structural alterations were made from the date first quoted until the time of closing the prison in 1881. But in the interval, very comprehensive and, I think it must be admitted, salutary changes were successively introduced into the management of prisons. Newgate naturally shared in any advantages due to these reforms. I propose, therefore, to refer to them in the concluding pages of this work, and thus bring the history of prison discipline down to our own times. The last inquiry into the condition and management of our jails and houses of correction was that made by the Lords Committee in 1863. The inquiry was most searching and complete, and the committee spoke plainly in its report. It animadverted strongly on the many and wide differences as regards construction, labor, diet, and general discipline which existed in the various prisons, leading to an inequality, uncertainty, and inefficiency of punishment productive of the most prejudicial results. The varieties in construction were still very marked. In many prisons the prisoners were still associated, and, from the want of a sufficient number of cells, the principle of separation was still greatly neglected. Yet this principle, as the committee pointed out, must now be accepted as the foundation of prison discipline, while its rigid maintenance was, in its opinion, vital to the efficiency of the jails. Even where cells had been built, they were frequently below the standard size, and were therefore not certified for occupation as was required by law. Great numbers were not lighted at night, and were without means by which their inmates could communicate, in case of urgent necessity, with their keepers. Still greater were the differences with regard to employment. The various authorities held widely different opinions as to what constituted hard labor. Here the treadwheel was in use, there cellular cranks or hard labor machines. Both, however, varied greatly in mechanism and in the amount of energy they called forth, while the former was intended for the congregate labor of a number, and the latter, as its name implies, imposed continuous solitary toil. At other prisons, shot drill, the lifting and carrying of heavy round shot, was the favorite method of inflicting penal labor. With these differences were others as opposed concerning industrial occupation. The jail authorities often gave the highest, possibly undue, importance to the value of remunerative employment, and sought to make profitable returns from prisoners' labor the test of prison efficiency. In this view the committee could not coincide, and it was decidedly of opinion that in all short sentences the hard labor of the treadwheel, crank, and so forth should be the invariable rule. In dietaries, again, the same wide diversity of practice obtained. The efforts made by Sir James Graham years before to introduce uniformity in this particular had failed of effect. The Secretary of State's suggested scale of diet had seldom been closely followed. In some places the dietary was too full, in others too meagre. Its constituents were not of the most suitable character. More animal food was given than was necessary. Vegetables, especially the potato, that most valuable anti-scorbutic, was too often omitted. In a word, the value of diet as a part of penal discipline was still insufficiently recognized. The prisons were still far from inflicting the three punishments, hard labor, hard fare, and a hard bed, which Sir Joshua Jebb told the committee he considered the proper elements of penal discipline. It is interesting to note here that the committee of 1863 fully endorsed Sir Joshua's recommendations as regards a hard bed, and recommended that during short sentences or the earlier stages of a long confinement the prisoners should be made to dispense with the use of a mattress and should sleep on planks. This suggestion was adopted in the Act of 1865, which followed the committee's report, and of which more directly, Clause 92, Schedule 1 of that Act authorized the use of plank beds, which were adopted in many prisons. They are now the universal rule, introduced, as was erroneously supposed, by the prison commissioners appointed under the Prison Act of 1877. Their origin, it will be seen, dates back much further than that. Beds might well be made hard, and their use strictly limited. According to this Committee of 1863, beds in the smaller and most carelessly conducted prisons formed a large element in the life of a prisoner. In one jail, 15 hours were spent in bed out of the 24. This was in keeping with other grave defects and omissions. The minor borough prisons were the worst blot on the still dark and imperfect system. They were very numerous, very imperfect in construction and management, and they were very little required. In them, according to the committee, the old objectionable practices were still in full force. There was unrestrained association of untried and convicted, juvenile with adult prisoners, vagrants, misdemeanants, felons. There were dormitories without light, control, or regulation at night, which warders, dreading assault, were afraid to enter after dark, even to check rioting and disturbance. Prisoners still slept two in a bed. In one prison the bedsteads had been removed lest the prisoners should break them up and convert them into weapons of offence. The prison buildings were in many places out of repair. Other houses often overlooked them. A single officer was the only custodian and disciplinary authority in the jail. Complete idleness was tolerated. There was neither penal labor nor light employment. The prisoners intercommunicated freely and exercised the most injurious corrupting influences upon one another. The total want of administration was very marked, but in one prison it was such that the prisoners' food was supplied daily from the neighbouring inn, and the innkeeper's bill constituted the only accounts kept. The committee might well suggest the abolition of these jails, or their amalgamation with the larger county establishments in their immediate neighbourhood. Some idea of the comparative uselessness of these small borough prisons was conveyed by some figures quoted by the committee. In 1862 there were in all 193 jails in England and Wales. Of these, 63 gave admittance during the entire year to less than 25 prisoners. 22 others received between 11 and 25. 14 received less than 11 and more than 6, while 27 received less than 6 prisoners and were in some instances absolutely tenantless. The result of the recommendation of the Committee of 1862 was the Prison Act of 1865. The penultimate of such enactments, many of the provisions of which still remain in force. The main object of this act was to compass that uniformity in discipline and treatment generally, which had long been admitted as indispensable and had never as yet been properly obtained. The legislature was beginning to overcome its disinclination to interfere actively or authoritatively with the local jurisdictions, although still very leniently disposed. However, it now laid down in plain language and with precise details the requirements of a good jail system. The separation of prisoners in cells duly certified by the inspectors was insisted upon, also their constant employment in labor appropriate to their condition. Hard labor of the first and second class was carefully defined. The former, which consisted principally of the treadwheel, cranks, capstans, shot drill, was to be the rule for all convicted prisoners throughout the early stages of their detention, while the latter, which included various forms of industrial employment, was the boon to which willing industry extending over a long period established a certain claim. The infliction of punishment more or less uniform was thus aimed at. On the other hand, new and careful regulations were framed to secure the moral and material well-being of the inmates of the jails. The law made it imperative that every prison should have a prison chapel, and that daily and Sunday services should be held. The chaplain's duties were enlarged, and the principle of toleration accepted to the extent of securing to all prisoners the ministrations of ministers of their own form of belief. Steps were taken to provide the illiterate with secular instruction. No less close was the care as regards preservation of health. Stringent rules were prescribed for the prison surgeons. Every prison was ordered to keep up an infirmary, and the medical supervision was to be strict and continuous. Dietaries were drawn up for adoption on the recommendation of a committee of experts. Baths were provided, ablutions ordered, and all appliances to ensure personal cleanliness. The administration of good government was to be watched over by the local magistracy, certain of whom, styled visiting justices, were elected to inspect the prisons frequently, to examine the prisoners, hear complaints, and check abuses. Under them, the governor or jailer was held strictly responsible. The books and journals he was to keep were minutely specified, and his constant presence in or near the jail was insisted upon. His disciplinary powers were defined by the Act, and his duties, both in controlling his subordinates and in protecting the prisoners from petty tyranny and oppression, every one of whom he was to see once every 24 hours. But discipline was to be maintained if necessary by punishment, while decency and good order were to be ensured by the strict prohibition of gambling and drunkenness. The latter was rendered nearly impossible by the penalties imposed on persons bringing spirituous liquors into the jail. The old custom, so fruitful of the worst evils, of keeping a tap inside the prison was made illegal. So was the employment of prisoners in any position of trust or authority. They were not to be turnkeys or assistant turnkeys, neither wardsman nor yardsman, overseer, monitor, or schoolmaster, nor to be engaged in the service of any officer of the prison. The Act of 1865 also encouraged and empowered the local authorities to alter, enlarge, or rebuild their prisons. They might raise funds for this purpose, provided a certificate for the necessity for the new works was given, either by the recorder, chairman of quarter sessions, or even by a couple of justices. Every facility was promised. The sanction of the Secretary of State would not be withheld if plans and estimates were duly submitted, and they met with the approval of his professional adviser, the Surveyor General of Prisons. The funds necessary would be advanced by the Public Works Loan Commissioners, and the interest might be charged against the county or borough rates. Nor were these the only inducements offered. Where local authorities were indisposed to set their prisons in order, or hesitated to embark upon any considerable expenditure to alter or rebuild, they were at liberty to hire suitable cell accommodation from any neighbors who might have it to spare, the only proviso that no such contract was valid between one jurisdiction and another, unless the Secretary of State was satisfied that the prison it was intended to use came up in all respects to modern requirements. But the Act was not limited to permissive legislation. Its provisions and enactments were backed up by certain penalties. The Secretary of State was empowered to deal rather summarily with inadequate prisons, in other words, with those in which there was no separation, no proper enforcement of hard labor, no chapel, infirmary, and so forth. He could, in the first place, withhold the government grant in aid of prison funds by refusing the certificate to the Treasury upon which the allowance was paid. This he might do on the representation of the Inspector of Prisons, who was bound to report any deficiencies and abuses he might find at his periodical visits. The Secretary of State might go further. Where the local authority had neglected to comply with the provisions of the 1865 Act for 4 consecutive years, he could close the inadequate prison by declaring it unfit for the reception of prisoners. His order would at the same time specify some neighboring and more satisfactory prison which the local authority would be compelled to utilize instead, and with the concurrence of the other authority and on payment. A few provisos governed these rather extensive powers. It was necessary, for instance, to give due notice when the government grant was to be withdrawn, and with the warning a copy of the particular defects and allegations was to be sent to the local authority. The latter, too, was to be laid before the House of Commons. In the same way, 6 months' notice was required in cases where the closing of a prison was contemplated, but if these conditions were observed, the Secretary of State could deal sharply enough with the defaulting jurisdictions. Yet the law was seldom, if ever, enforced. It was practically inoperative as regards the penalties for neglect. It was no doubt as irksome and inconvenient to the Secretary of State to avail himself of his powers, as it was difficult to bring home the derelictions of duties and evasion of the acts. Too much was left to the inspectors. It was nearly impossible for them to exercise a very close supervision over the whole of the prisons of the country. There were only 2 of them, and they could not visit each prison more than once in each year, sometimes not oftener than once in 18 months. The task imposed upon them, tending as it did to the imposition of a fine upon the local authorities, was not a pleasant one, and it is not strange if they did not very frequently hand up the offenders to the reproof and correction of the Secretary of State. As the almost inevitable consequence, while the more glaring defects in prison management disappeared, matters went on after the 1865 Act much the same as they had done before. Districts differed greatly in the attention they paid to prison affairs. In one part the most praiseworthy activity prevailed. In another there was half-heartedness, even apathy, and an almost complete contempt for the provisions of the Act. As the years passed, great want of uniformity continued to prevail throughout the prisons of the United Kingdom. The whole question assumed sufficient importance to become a part of the government programme when Lord Beaconsfield took office in 1874. The Home Secretary in that administration, Mr. now Sir Richard Cross, having applied himself vigorously to the task of reorganizing the whole system, became convinced that no complete reform could be accomplished so long as the prisons were left under the jurisdiction of the local authorities. The Prisons Bill of 1876 contemplated the transfer of the prisons to government. This bill, reintroduced in 1877, became law that year, after which the whole of the prisons, including Newgate, passed under the more direct control of the state. Since then a strong central authority has labored steadfastly to compass concentration, to close useless prisons, and to ensure that uniformity of system, which all thoughtful persons had long admitted to be of paramount importance in the administration of prisons. 3 years after the advent of the prison commissioners, it was decided that Newgate was an excessively costly and redundant establishment. It was only filled at the periods when the sessions of the Central Criminal Court were in progress. At others, an expensive staff was maintained with little or nothing to do. At a short distance stood another prison of detention, that of Clerkenwell, with spare accommodation sufficient to receive all prisoners who were then committed to Newgate. These arguments were unanswerable. Accordingly, it was ordered by Sir William Harcourt, the present Secretary of State, that Newgate should cease to be used as a regular prison, and it is now, except during sessions or when the gallows is in requisition, practically and forever closed. End of Section 22. Recording by Linda Johnson. End of the Chronicles of Newgate, Vol.2, by Arthur Griffiths.